Hello and welcome to another compilation video, and this time we're going to be compiling all of my Straw Hat discussion videos straight from the captain himself to the latest member of the crew, which is Jinbei. No Yamato yet though. So sad that Yamato is not joined the crew yet. Oh my goodness, but in our hearts, Yamato will be part of this crew. Without further ado, let's start with our Straw Hat Captain, Monkey D. Leafy.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Rubler. Oh my, it's not gonna be another Rubler, I promise you that, but this is gonna be something special. I'm not even sure if I'm qualified to talk about one of the best anime main protagonists there is in the anime community, which is Monkey D. Luffy. I will be talking about his character as a whole, and his powers and abilities, and maybe I'm gonna dive a little bit on how he interacts with his own crew. So it's gonna be fun, and if you want more of my content, please like and subscribe.
This video, fun fact, is recorded 5 years ago. Oh my goodness, that's my old room. No mic and everything. Now I have this with a lovely thing. I've evolved. I'm freaking evolved. Oh my goodness. 5-year video. Let's see how outdated this is, because I don't think I mentioned anything about the gears. I just mentioned the basic principle of Luffy's abilities back then. So let's see how accurate
Luffy. Okay, let's just have a refresher for non-One Piece fans or One Piece fans that are watching this video. Devil fruits, they're two power sources for an individual in the One Piece world. One is through the devil fruit, and second is through Haki. Devil fruits are basically mythical fruits that when you eat them, you can't swim, but you gain power based on what fruit it is. In Monkey D. Luffy's case, he ate a Paramecia type devil fruit. There's also 3 variations of devil fruits: Paramecia, Logia, and Zone. So, yeah, Luffy ate the Gum Gum fruit, which makes his body into rubber, that he can use attacks like the Gear Force, King Kong Gun, Elephant Gun.
Okay, I stand corrected. I did talk about the gear. I talked the Gear Force as an example. Oh my goodness. And then years later, Oda would change that to the latest gear, which is Gear 5, which is the Sun God Nika, and it's actually the Sun God fruit. Oh my goodness. Luffy's Devil Fruit, man, experienced that much of a change ever since Wano. And the fact that even the Gear 4th one has like the Bound Man first introduced in Dressrosa. There's the Snake Man introduced during the fight against Katakuri, which just makes the Gear 4th much more faster and agile. And there's the Tank Man, which made the Gear 4 much more tanky, as the name suggests.
From the 3rd gear, the 2nd gear, the jet attacks from the 2nd gear. So the 2nd gear is basically turning Luffy's blood vessels into rubbers, which makes him a little bit faster. So Luffy has the devil fruit, Gamu Gamu Nami, which makes his body rubber. He can stretch and attack like rubber. He can fire bullet speed punches and kicks. So that's it. That's everything that I can tell about Luffy's devil fruit ability. And there's also Luffy's Haki ability. Haki is basically a power based on its user's willpower. So it's also there's also the 3 variation of Haki Conqueror, which a rare few can actually master. There's also armament haki, which imbuing your body or your weapons with haki. There's also observation haki. Basically, if you watch Dragon Ball, it's just key sensing ability or sensing the presence of another person or enemy. So that's observation haki. But in the case for Luffy, he's actually a master for all of the three hakis, especially the Conqueror's haki. He can use Conqueror's, Armament, and Observation haki.
So, I actually glanced over this one, and ever since this video was recorded, this was actually really outdated because Luffy learned Ryo, or what I call the Advanced Armament Haki. That's what I like to call it. Ryo is the ability to emit armament haki into another object. So essentially sending your haki to another kind of target, like Kaido. They punch through his scale through sending a bit of his haki onto him. And then, of course, that's Ryo. He mastered it during Wano, the training arc, and Udon. And there's also the Future Sight ability. Luffy learned that during his fight against Katakuri and mastered it on Wano. So those are the two new haki related abilities that Luffy currently has. So essentially what Future Sight is Luffy seeing like at least 10 seconds in the future. Is that how far he can say? I think 10 seconds was revealed that he can see ahead of the future and predict oncoming attacks. So that's essentially the gist of Luffy's haki power-ups. So without further ado, let's go right up ahead to the next.
Dreams. Luffy's dreams is to become king of the pirates. For most of you that doesn't know what that means, being king of the pirates basically means you conquered the Grand Line, and thus you have the title of being the man with the most freedom. That's for most people, like for example, if it's Blackbeard, being king of the pirates, becoming the most powerful man in the entire world, or Kid or Blackbeard. That's
forgot to mention that being the Pirate King means claiming the One Piece. Oh my goodness. Okay. And of course, as we later revealed, being king of the pirates is just a stepping stone for Luffy. Yes, a true dream in hand that can only be accomplished if he's Pirate King, which a couple people in the One Piece will know, like Sabo, Ace knows, Shanks knows, and he then said that when he said what his true dreams are, they just laugh. And there's also the Straw Hats now know what Luffy's true dream is. And I actually have a theory that the true dream is just having the biggest. I did come up to it, but it only makes sense for Luffy's true dream to have like a worldwide part. I mean, we saw it every end of the arc, like end of Enies Lobby and Water 7 arc. They have a massive party. We saw it in Alabasta arc, in Kakuyashi arc. Every arc always end with a massive party. So, the leading theory for Luffy's true dream is just have a grand old biggest party in the world. I mean, it would make sense because, as Vegapunk said in his recent speech in Egghead, like his message to the world, there's an 800-year-old war that is still going on till the current of the manga or the current of the story. So if that war ended, we do need a grand big party as like celebration for ending the war and finally the D family winning. So yes, that's definitely the leading theory of Luffy's true dream. So that's my update.
What the aspect of being king of the pirates is just someone to rule the seas, but for Luffy and maybe for Gold Roger, because nothing much is known for Gold Roger except that he's similar to Luffy. Maybe for them, being king of the pirates is to be the guy that has the most freedom. And in the world of One Piece, for a guy, that kind of dream is actually kind of hard to do, simply because there's stuff like the world government to oppress the weak, the celestial dragons. Maybe that's why Luffy's father dragon wants to fight against the celestial dragons, because the celestial dragons are basically a bunch of assholes who just have a lot of slaves in their in their mini cities in Marijua. So maybe that's why they're basically a symbol of oppression to everyone. That's why being the guy with the most freedom is kind of like an important aspect of the One Piece world. The dreams most pirates want to have, being the one with the most freedom. So that kind of makes sense for Luffy's case, if that makes sense on how I explain it. So yeah. And the things that inspire Luffy for the next section of the script is Shanks. Now if you are planning to start reading One Piece or watching One Piece, this is gonna be Luffy's backstory. He was actually kidnapped by a bandit. I'm not sure what the name of that bandit is, but oh yeah, Haguma. I think it's Haguma from Windmill Village. He was kidnapped by that guy, and that guy actually wanted to run away through the sea, and there's a giant ass sea king with Luffy intact. Since Luffy already ate the devil fruit, he cannot swim, so that giant sea monster that attacked destroyed the boat, and it's Haguma, or that bandit. I'm not sure what his name is, but he swallowed Haguma, or Haguma whole, and Luffy was like terrified that he's gonna be next. So someone else saved them, and it's the pirate named Shanks. We are not going to go to delve into what Shanks is, but Shanks was the one who inspired Luffy to become the pirate and to become a pirate king. So that's who inspired him. And there's also his big brother Ace. His big brother Ace and Sabo is also his inspiration to set out into the world. Since they plan to have first Sabo set out, then Ace, and then Luffy. So he wants to surpass them both and to become a better pirate. So for Luffy's inspiration is Shanks first, then his brothers Sabo and Ace. So yay. Let's see. Okay. Traumatic events that happened on Luffy's life. That would be that changes Luffy is basically two things. First, in Sabaody, he punches the Celestial Dragon. The Celestial Dragon is basically protected assholes. They're basically protected by assholes that are protected by the admirals, the CP0, and the world government. So someone punching a Celestial Dragon is a crime that needs to be put to death, basically. So they sent Kizaru, and for that act that Luffy punched a freaking asshole. Basic asshole wearing freaking space suit. Yeah. Because I don't like they're fucked up. Like the celestial dragons are fucked up. They enslave most of our favorite characters and has this douchey mentality. They're too good to breathe the same air than us. Like seriously, you're not even gods. Like seriously. So he punched the celestial dragon. Then hours after that, the special vanguard unit, which is a bunch of pacifista plus Sentomaru and the Admiral Kizaru, went to Sabaody to kick their ass. And thanks to Kuma, they were saved, but they thought Kuma was on their side, so they were sent away to Sabaody to kind of train for the new world, maybe, or to be safe first and to train to become more stronger. Luffy ending up being in Amazon Lily, Zoro in Muggy Kingdom, and Usopp in Bowen Islands. Nami ended up at Witheria, and Sanji ended up at Ivankov's little island Kingdom, Kamabaka Kingdom, and and Frankie ended up in Vegapunk's island. I am not prepared, and I don't remember all of that. But that's very dramatic for Luffy that he can't protect anyone, and with the state he's in, so he needs to train. But one thing that he learned in Amazon Lily is Ace is about to get executed, and he has to rescue him from Impel Down. But through all that, he saved Ace already. He freed him from the handcuffs, but Ace jumped right in front of him and died, protecting him from a magma fist. Ace, you won't be forgotten. Ace. So that is when Rayleigh, the man that they meet in Sabaody, offered him to train for 2 years and become stronger, mastering Haki, a couple strong techniques of the Gear 4, perfecting his 3rd year and 2nd year, that he can use them indefinitely now. So after that, they go to Fishman Island after 2 years and defeat another warlord, defeat a Yonko commander, challenging Kaido. That's pretty much what happens. And now let's go on to the relationship that Luffy has towards his own crewmate. Let's see. What the heck? Let's see. Oh, we don't have a relationship. Okay, I can vaguely guess on what the relationship between him and his crew is. With Zoro, basically Zoro is as strong as Luffy, so maybe Luffy has a little bit of respect towards Zoro because Zoro is I'm not saying Zoro is stronger than him, but he's at the same level as him. And with Nami, his 3rd member, by the way, is Nami. For him, he has a lot of respect in terms that he is more knowledgeable than him. He follows. He trusts everything that Nami says. His judgment, he trusts those. And Usopp is just there because Usopp and Luffy has the same age. They basically are best friends. Usopp and Chopper, I think, are just playing around, like kind of like a kids in the Sunny. And there's also his relationship with Frankie, with Nico Robin. Nico Robin he she with Nick Robin, Luffy respects Nick Robin's abilities and his intellect, that he actually, every time that he doesn't know anything, he always asks Nick Robin about it. Like, for example, in Sabaody. In Sabaody, he asked Nick Robin who those guys in the back of the, who's those pirates, or who's those pirates in the back of the human slave human auction shop. Okay. And Nick Robin told him that it's Law and Kid Eustace, and Eustace Captain Kidd. And there's also one instant in Water 7 where he asks who is Dragon, what's the big deal with Dragon, his dad, and Robin knows what exactly to tell him. So basically, kind of like an info gatherer for the Straw Hats. That's what Nico Robin is. And there's also Frankie. Frankie, of course, Luffy is fanboy over how Frankie is a robot, a cyborg, and with all of his invention, he's kind of fanboy about them. He's fanboy about the Thousand Sunny being awesome. With Brooke is actually really special because Brooke is like hinted at the East Blue Saga, but it's the latest part of the crew, one of the later part of the crew, even if it's been built up ever since East Blue that they want a musician. Luffy wants a musician, so they got a musician, and of course it's a talking comedian of a skeleton, which is Brooke. That's pretty much it about his relationship towards his crew. He doesn't really favors anyone because, like Chopper, Luffy is actually happy just to travel with them, trust them very much, really.
Now let's proceed to the Straw Hat Swordsman, or as many can actually consider him, the Straw Hat Right Hand Man, or the Straw Hat Vice Captain. But I just call him the Straw Hat Right Hand Man. I mean, I feel like that's Oda confirmed, and I go by the Oda confirmation. The Straw Hat Swordsman, Roro, Noah Zoro. Despite the fact that there's another swordsman in the crew, but you know what? Let's call him the Straw Hat Swordsman.
Oh, Roro Noah Zoro, the first, or the first mate of the Straw Hat Pirate.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's the same as this one right now, but with more posts. I mean, I literally now went that anime convention every year, but and so now there's a lot more anime posters. Oh my goodness. A lot changes in a couple of years. Oh my goodness. And in this episode, I'm trying a new layout for my videos where I try to divide them by section. So you'll see that real clearly when you view the next clip. Roll
Let's start by Zoro's facts about Zoro and backstory a little bit. Currently in the storyline, Roro Noah Zoro is 21 years of age, which makes him probably one of the younger, like the younger group of the crew. Yeah, 21. Yeah, 20, same age. He's the same age as Nami. I think Nami is also 21, right? And then he is actually a little bit older, 2 years older than Luffy, because I think Luffy is 19, if I'm not mistaken, post time skip, right? So yeah, he's 21 years of age, and pre time skip of course 19, and then he has a 320 million bear bounty, which makes him one or the third highest, has the third highest bounty on the crew, of course, because it's kind of a gag because Sanji has 330 while
Zoro is 320, kind of a gag on Oda's part, so they have a little bit of a rivalry there going on. And 320, of course, his bounty, first bounty would be 60, I believe it's 60 million, and then in the NS lobby it jumps into 120 million berries. So there's a complete list of Roronoa Zoro. Oh, by the way, I don't have a figure, which usually when it comes to discussing anime I have a figure, but I don't own any Zoro figure out, but this is the only Zoro.
3 years late, but I finally have a Zoro figure. Look at that badass Wano outfit right there. Oh, that's why you're my favorite Struts, man.
Figure I have right here, a little cute Zoro figure right here. Oh man, the light is kind of going in the way. I'm just gonna, oh, it's kind of hard for, oh my goodness, the stand. Oh shoot. That's the only Zoro figure I have, an adorable Zoro figure. And then let's see, his current 3 Zoro. Okay, this is gonna be a lot. The spoiler reason, in the anime his current 3 swords is Sandai Kitetsu, I believe, and Wado Ichimonji, and Shusue. Yeah, Shusue, because I'm not, yeah, he hasn't met Yori back in the anime, but in the manga, which is spoiler.
Oh my god. And my beautiful purple sword. I like the purple sword to protect me from any danger. Can't be cringe. Okay, I'm being cringe. Okay. Yes, the Enma sword. I do love Enma's sword though. Just the fact that it's a purple sword. I love it. Now, it will stay with me for now.
Reason, he actually gave up Shusue because Shusue is apparently a national treasure for the inhabitants of Wano. He gave it up. In exchange, he got one of Odin's sword, the Enma sword, which is a black sword that absorbs Haki, which is quite a powerful sword right there. And the story behind Wado Ichimonji is it's actually from Kuina, and he inherited that from Kuina when Kuina passed away, which I still kind of don't agree how Kuina passed away, because Kuina apparently passed away because he slept on he fell down the stairs, which is very unorthodox for unbelievable way for a talented swordsman like Kuina to pass away. By the way, I don't believe that. I feel like there's more to it than that. So yeah, regardless, Zoro got his Wado Ichimonji from Kuina and the Sandai Kitetsu from Loudtown. So yeah, and then his two previous sword is let's see, this is okay. Let's see. I need to figure out an Anis Lobby that gets destroyed. And Anis Lobby is Yubashiri. I always keep forgetting Yubashiri's name. But I actually like the design for Yubashiri because the hilt is actually all black, while in the sheath is also all black. So with the golden parts at I think at the near the hilt. I'm not sure what it's called, but I kind of like the design for Yubashiri. But of course, a random marine by the name of Shu in the anime actually destroyed the Yubashiri, even though I really do love that. He got that alongside his Sandai Kitetsu in a store, in a random sword store in Loudtown. Yeah, if my facts are correct. I always keep forgetting that. And the store for what Ichimonji, it's one of the 21 Great Wazumono swords. So yeah, that's why Tashiki also wants to get that, because she doesn't want one of the great swords to be in the hands of a pirate. So yeah, we'll get a Tashigi fight, a great Zoro vs Tashigi fight in the end of the One Piece, hopefully. And let's see. He's the first recruit of the Straw Hat, making him, I don't really consider him a first mate, but he is a first mate, ensuring loyalty to the Straw Hat's loyalty to the crew. My favorite moment is by far that nothing happened scene during Thriller Bar, and the way Zoro actually interjected when Luffy was about to re-invite Usopp into the crew right after Enies Lobby, which is I kind of like it because in a typical pirate crew, if the captain do not demand respect from his crewmate, it's bound to fall apart. I kind of idolize Zoro for that, and he kind of respect Luffy's dreams and aspirations too, so he won't stand that Luffy gets disrespected like that for just a ship. So kind of respect for my boy Zoro right there. So without further ado, let's proceed into the next part of the video, which is its appearances, its character design. And let's proceed into Zoro's appearance or character design. And it doesn't take a genius to know that our boy Zoro is a lean, muscular dude. Like, he's not that buff, but he's also very lean and muscular and a very strong physique, basically. So his notable feature is his average height with tanned skin, and he does wear a black bandana, which is usually tied in his left biceps, which is really cool. That every time he gets serious in a fight, he always wears a left bandana, which is like if Luffy's eyes gets drawn in a cool way, or it gets darkened if he gets serious, Zoro just tie the band and boom, instant badass. Like, I don't know how to get that reference, but damn, Zoro is freaking badass with that bandana on. Like, if any indication, if Zoro ever wears a bandana, his enemies are instantly dead. Like, seriously, you get serious every time his bandana is on. But one he usually wears white shirt pre-time skip and with dark green pants, and he has a green belly armor. He retains that during the post time skip as well, the belly armor thing, and he switches from a green kimono, which still has a belly armor on. So yeah, and then the kimono, green kimono with the belly armor, and he also switches. He also have a huge scar from his fight with Mihawk, and a huge eye scar in the post time skip. But my fear about that is I feel like I'm not sure about that great. It's just great because I genuinely think that Zoro's left eye, the eye scar, is from one of his duels with Zoro, and Tekken 101 said the same thing, but I'm not sure if he's hiding something in his left eye. But I genuinely think that is an injury he got from training with either with the Humandrels or sparring during his training in like the Kuragaina Island, which I think it's Kuragaina, right? With Mihawk, basically he's training with Mihawk they sparred a little bit and Mihawk caused that, or one of the Humandrels caused that to his eye. So I feel like that's where it came from. I'm not sure if that's a secret hidden power-up, but I'm just gonna stick with Tekken 101's theory that it is just an injury that he got from training with either the Humandrel or the sparring he got from Mihawk during his training. So that's what I'm sticking with. I'm not sticking with the theory that it's a hidden power-up, because I doubt that's a hidden power-up. It's just an injury. I feel like it's just an injury. Unless, if I'd be willing to eat the top if it's gonna reveal it's a hidden injury though. It's a hidden power-up. I'm gonna eat my theory up, but for now I'm just going to say it's an injury cause that was caused in his training. So let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, the green belly armor that Zoro has on him is actually called a Haramaki. I'm probably butchering this. Haramaki is a Japanese clothing that covers the stomach, basically. I think I'm gonna leave the source of this in the comment section below, or in the description below. Haramaki, so that's basically what he wears. I'm not sure if that's what it's supposed to be, but I'm saying that it's going to be. Because I read up to a little bit, and it says that it's just a hidden armor in the belly side. So I feel like that's gotta be it. And he has identical earrings in his left earlobe. Identical 3 golden earrings in his left earlobe, and then his most defining feature is definitely his moss head, or his green hair. I need to get Sanji out of it, but he has green hair basically, which makes it awesome in my opinion. So that's it for appearance. Let's proceed then to the next part, which is personality and aspiration. Zoro is a Ronin, and based on a Ronin, and also Ronin is basically a wandering swordsman, and is very honor-bound warrior who will never stab a guy in the back. So with that being said, you know how all the Blackbeard pirates, I'm gonna go out on a tangent here when discussing one of the Blackbeard pirates, because the Blackbeard pirates, they're basically a dark version of the Whitebeard pirates. Like, all of them can be pretty crafty, but there's also a swordsman there called Shiryu of the Rain, which, spoilers for those of you who haven't caught up with One Piece yet, he gets Absalom's clear fruit, and for me it's perfect for him because Shiryu is not an honor-bound fighter. Like, he will stab someone in the back. He is willing to torture a guy out and just enjoy the process of torturing the guy. So with that being said, I feel like I kind of want Zoro to go up against him, and of course I feel like Mihawk will also go up against him, because I feel like freaking Shiryu also wants to be the strongest swordsman. I do, because what if this will happen? What if Shiryu will eventually fight Mihawk, and Mihawk will actually be defeated? And because Mihawk is already Zoro's teacher, and how can a student like Zoro, or a pupil like Zoro, surpass the master? Not by a duel. I feel like that's the most common way, but the other way is also by being the Naruto route, which is defeating the guy who defeated your master. Kind of like how Naruto was able to surpass Jiraiya by defeating Pain. I feel like that's what's going to happen, but of course, I also want Mihawk to survive so that Zoro can take the title away from him, so it can go both ways basically. But I also want Shiryu to face off against Zoro because of their opposite ideals. But enough of my tangent. Zoro, he can be very stoic, very serious guy, but he has also have goofy features. Like his most notable goofy features is probably his rivalry with Sanji, which they can have petty insults. They fought a lot of times. They butt heads. I think that can be goofy, but one of his most notable feature is he has zero sense of direction, like at all. He gets lost on a straight line, literally. When that this is gonna be a spoiler for non-manga reader, but there's a scene where I feel like there's a scene where he was chasing a guy to a bridge. I'm not sure what's his name, but someone basically stole one of his swords, his Shisui. Someone stole it. The guy was literally running a straight line, and Zoro took his time chasing down the one that stole it. Like literally, he can get lost easily, even in a straight line. Like even the anime emphasizes it more during the Davy back fight. Like, come on, Zoro. Come on, man. It's literally a straight line. All you have to do is go in a straight line. Even if someone is pointing him to the right direction, he will go the opposite route. So, goofy feature for Zoro there. He also always takes naps because he trains so hard that he needs to take constant naps. You like booze? Yeah, booze. He like getting wasted. Yeah. And then, he's also very loyal to his crew, towards Luffy. 3 of my favorite Zoro moments definitely shows off his loyalty to the crew. That is the moment when he was talking to Luffy at the very end of Water 7 arc, that Usopp needs to apologize first before returning to the crew. And yeah, as a respect for the duel, basically, because they did duel for the Mary, remember, but Luffy just wanted to invite them back, but Zoro said he ain't taking none of that because he wants to respect the outcome of the duel, and he wants Usopp to apologize before he returns to the crew. And plus, they're going to the new world. Like, if Usopp pulls crap like this on a whim, how can they trust him, right? So he needs to apologize before he returns to the crew. So yeah, that's also to ensure that all of the Straw Hats is actually stays loyal to the crew. Let's see. That Usopp is okay. Second is when he took all of Luffy's pain back in Thriller Bark arc. Yeah, the nothing happened scene. Like, that's amazing for me. And third, a more recent moment, and that is Luffy and Zoro's reunion on Wano. Now, that scene, when I saw that in the anime, I was like filled with happiness. Like, Zoro is probably one of my favorite Straw Hats out of all of them. And Luffy, as you can know, I have this guy over here, because this guy over here is a testament of how I love Luffy. Luffy is probably one of my favorite shonen protagonists. Let's just turn that over there. I hate to ruin my arrangement. yeah. So when I saw that scene, it warmed my heart. Like, that is like a testament to how close Zoro and Luffy's relationship are in terms of crewmates and as friends in general. And his aspiration is to fulfill his promise to his deceased childhood friend and rival Kuina. Although I put it in quotation mark in my script because I'm not I'm not convinced that Kuina is truly dead, because how he died is he fell off some stairs, and there's just some unrealistic way to for a talented swordsman like Kuina to die. Like I just can't believe that. I think something is up there. I put deceased in quotation mark because I don't believe that Kuina is dead. Okay.
He's the sniper of the crew, God Usopp. Oh my goodness, there's probably gonna be a lot of changes in Usopp's character now that we're entering Albaf arc in the manga. So I'm probably gonna get an update for Usopp's changes. Oh my goodness, I'm kind of excited for Usopp for the Albaf arc. I'm excited, and now let's go with this book.
This time I want to continue my Straw Hat discussion video with the, I think he's the second Straw Hat to join Luffy on his adventure, and that's our Lord and Savior, the god of the true god, aside from Buggy and Condoriano, one of the three gods of the One Piece world, God Usopp. Of course, if you
Okay, explanation time. What I meant by that is I actually counted Usopp as the second to join the crew officially because of the fact that during that time, technically Nami would be the second one, but Nami was just traveling with the Straw Hats, not officially joining it because she is technically a different part of a different crew. So, on a technicality speaking, Usopp would be the second Straw Hat member to join Luffy on his crew. Without further ado, that's all I'm gonna say.
personality, and a new one is crew dynamics, but I don't really know I don't really think it's much more to be focused upon, because of course all of the Straw Hats are it really gets along to one another, although specific characters do get along more, like Luffy and Usopp, since they're both in the same age. They do goof around most of the time. And then Nami and their relationship between Nami and Usopp, because Usopp constantly or consistently upgrades Nami's weapon. So there's a relationship there. There's also Chopper and Usopp, since they both part of the weakest or the weak trio. So there's a relationship between the cowards trio, because they always have to cower in fear every time a new island is there. So with that being said, let's focus on the crew dynamics for later. With that being said, let's start discussing about facts about Monkey, or again, God Usopp, our Lord and Savior God Usopp. So let's go ahead. Usopp is the crew sniper, and the second person to officially join the crew. Of course, there's also a lot of argument that it's actually Nami that is second to join the crew, but not officially, because if I recall, Sanji is actually she officially joined the crew after Sanji joined, right after Arlong Park. So I'm gonna be going based on that. So I'm gonna be making Sanji's video next, because I'm going off with the order they officially joined the crew. So yeah, and at first he jokingly suggests that Usopp is actually the captain of the crew, because of course at that time, at the beginning, he wanted to be the captain, but as time went on, slowly he slowly developed that he understand the fact that Luffy is the captain. Luffy is the captain. It's what, yeah, because he's the one who started the crew, and he jokingly always suggested at first that he is the captain. He lie. His most obvious facet is actually he lies. He of course Oda always makes it a point where his lies actually came true at the end. So I think an instant in this one is probably at the little garden when they were attacked by goldfish, and one of the story he told Kaya is his dad and him went on to fight a giant goldfish, and lo and behold, it actually happened. They encountered a giant goldfish right when they were leaving the little garden. So yep, there's also that. Of course, this is a little bit of a spoilers for the people who hasn't caught up yet. There's also that I can't go on the island disease. Of course, God Buggy did have that right before Roger was about to go to Laugh Tale. So, yep, Oda tends to make Usopp's lies a reality. Of course, we all know Soggy King isn't a lie because he actually exists. Like seriously, he exists. The place, the place where Soggy King lives, the Sniper Island. It's in their heart, you guys. I still want Soggy King to appear at the later on after Wano, basically. So let's. Oh, by the way, I should have done it. Of course, I'm gonna probably put it in the description below. Warning, spoiler warnings a lot. I'm gonna be spoiling a lot in this video. So, that being said, second fact is, Usopp is about the same age as Luffy. Of course, both are 19 post time skip or in the current storyline, and in the pre time skip, I believe they're 17. They're both roughly the same age, so they do get along quite well. They do goof around quite well as well. So yeah, and this is actually the only thing that I actually noticed. The thing that I noticed firsthand is Usopp is actually quite opposite to Luffy. Luffy is functioning out of instinct, or basically animal instinct, and Usopp is functioning more of like intelligence, because he is always afraid. So out of fear he's developed like weapons. He's more in tune to being more strategic about stuff. Although one part of that series is geared towards Usopp being way too emotional, like the one with going married. Luffy, it's actually flipped that part. Luffy was the one being logical, and Usopp was being the one who is in the emotional side, because he doesn't want to give up the Mary. So, which makes it a little bit more of a powerful fight or argument in both. It's actually flipped. Usually Luffy would be in the emotional and instinctive part, while Usopp is more in the intellectual or logical side, because that's how it's supposed to be, right? Because that's how Usopp's supposed to function, because he's always afraid. His way of fighting is basically just strategies, not the brute strength kind. So yeah, overall Usopp and Luffy is quite contrasting. Luffy can't draw. Is not a good marksman, and Luffy can certainly lie. So Meanwhile, Usopp can do all those stuff. He can become he's a good sniper. He can do some craftsman, some perfect craftsman. Not as good as Frankie, but he can invent, or he's also good at drawing. In fact, he's the one who designed the Strat Jolly Roger. He can lie. I mean, he's a good liar. So that's a joke. So he can do. Because that's one thing about the Straw Hats is Luffy really does need his crew. Like the things this crew can do, the things his crew can do, he can't do. So basically, he really does need the support of his crew, and he will protect his crew because, well, he's helpless without them. So that being said, let's proceed to the next fact. Usopp and Luffy have good relationship, basically like a childhood friend relationship. Yeah, like a really close friendship, because they are the same age. So his first bounty is 30,000 berries, and now under the alias of I think I made a mistake on the script here. Wait, 30. Oh, wait. So he's Sogeking? Oh, wait. What? Wait. I think I made a mistake. Oh, maybe the Marines made a mistake. It's not possible. Yeah, Usopp is definitely not Sogeking. Because the Marines are a bunch of idiots. They assume that Usopp and Sogeking is both the same person. Like, what happened to the Sogeking? So the Sogeking bounty when Usopp raised, because they assume that Sogeking and Usopp is the same. So they just replaces Sogeking's bounty with Usopp. So I don't really get why they did that. They're obviously different people, seriously. So okay, and under the name of Sogeking, since the Marines apparently assume that Usopp is Sogeking, his first bounty is 30,000. And after Dressrosa, I'm not counting the bounty that Doflamingo gave on Usopp. Under the alias of God Usopp, he ascended into godhood, and at this point, his bounty is now currently sitting at 200 million. 200 million berry bounty, which is actually higher than Zoro's second bounty, which is 120. So good on Usopp there. And then Usopp was born in Syrup Village in East Blue, and was first mentioned by Usopp when was it? Because he was first mentioned by Usopp, his father, a member of the red-haired pirates, and Usopp's father. When Luffy was talking with Shanks' crew back in this village, basically. Why do I keep forgetting that? So yeah, back in this village, back when they were little. So yeah, Usopp, the son of Usopp. Yep. And his aspiration is to become the brave warrior of the sea and go back to Syrup Village and tell true stories to Kaya. Although I would actually consider as a brave warrior of the sea right now, because with all the things he's seen so far, he's seen zombies. You've seen fishmen. You've seen furries. Yeah, furries. The minks. You've seen the. Did you see the homies? Yeah, he's seen Zeus, so technically he's seen homies. And he said he's part of the crew where there's a talking breeding skeleton. That counts. Like, he went to a island filled with carnivorous plants. If he's not brave enough to face those kind of threats, then he would have died long time ago. Like, come on, you face off against carnivorous plants. You've been using carnivorous plants. You've gone through the island in the sky. I feel like you should definitely be a brave warrior of the sea now. Seriously, I feel like at this point in time, Usopp is already a brave warrior of the sea. So let's unlocks observation haki and Dressrosa arc. So that's all for the facts. Let's proceed to the next part. Before the time skip, before time skip, Usopp is a slim, tanned, skinned teenager, and with a medium-length black woolly hair. His most distinct feature is his long nose, because of course, I feel like Oda did base Pinocchio based. Usopp is based on Pinocchio, or on Pinocchio. Oda did. I feel like its most distinguished feature is the long nose, because he's based on Pinocchio or something. Because he does lie, he does lie, and then he has a long nose. So it's pretty. I'm assuming Oda is basing him based on Pinocchio. So yeah, he wears his own goggles on his head, and on his head, usually on his head, and only in the pre-time skip he wears a bonnet. Yeah, it's a bonnet hat. So yeah, and although the quality of the design of the goggles actually varies based on the pre-time skip and the post-time skip, because in the post-time skip, he replaces his goggles that he got from Logtown, the one that actually go. I think the one with the headband just had the one with the headband with the goggles on. Like, just put the goggles out of the way like that, and then he replaces it with the regular goggles that is just has straps in it. So basically a lot more effective or efficient than he got the thing that he got from Logtown. So I actually like that detail there too. And then usually he wears brown overalls, but I think I should, because that's the thing is, even the post time skip he has brown overalls. So yeah, that also stayed consistent, though it varies from arc to arc. Sometimes he doesn't wear overalls, he just wear a regular shirt with the pants on. So it varies from brown, because his motif is yellow or light brown-ish kind of motif. So it's either a yellow shirt or a light brown kind of pants. So that's usually what he goes with throughout the series, or it varies from arc to arc. So after the time skip, he wears the goggles with a strap this time. A much larger goggles though. It's a much larger goggles, and he does develop a more muscular physique in the post time skip, because in the duration of the time skip, he actually gained a lot of weight. He gains, yeah, and then he loses it and he gains muscles instead of going back to his slim physique, skinny physique, and that's basically it. And Manly Usopp here he go preparing to his ascendance for godhood, basically. So let's proceed into the next part. This is just a short part, so the shortest part of this video is the appearance one. Let's go to the probably one of the longest parts in this video. So yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the personality. Usopp is part of the Cowardly Trio as alongside Nami and Chopper. I mean, if they went to a new island, he will honestly freak out and be scared about it. So, or the time when they encountered Big Mom on Fishman Island, and or they have a phone call. They talk to the Mushi to Big Mom, and they know Luffy told them that he challenged Big Mom. He obviously got scared alongside Chopper, although Nami was upset because they give that treasure to Big Mom. So yeah, that although they are the Cowardly Trio, when they arrive at Thriller Bark, even though they were first to arrive there, like they were first to explore that island ship, but they were pretty terrified. They also were the first to be terrified about Brook when they thought he was a ghost. So yeah, they are the Cowardly Trio. Although if the chips are down, Usopp will always step up and do what's necessary to win. Like the time when he was the one who actually beat Sugar or Perona. He was the only one who can beat Perona because he's negative. Her ability is to infuse negative to other people. So since Usopp is already negative, that cancels things out. So yeah, this leads to a freaking hilarious scene where Perona actually cheers up Usopp, like, "That's okay, dude. You can do it, man." Like he tries to change his perspective. So that's freaking hilarious for me. So and things get serious. He will step up, okay, and will do everything to support his crew. An example is this. Of course, this is what everyone was turned into. Okay, except for him, and he stepped up and shock the lolly. Man, I need to post it on my blog page. Oh my goodness, I love my script writing, man. Oh my god, I need to post it on my blog page. And the next one is he is quite a trickster and is good in tricky one. Yeah, tricky one. Yeah, I think that's tricky one. I'm reading off my script again, and is good at inventing creative weapons, as he is one who invented Nami's climb attack. Yeah, remember Nami's. Am I allowed to do that? To say that dildo. Yeah, dildo looking climb attack. Oh please, I think I just got myself a block right there. So dildo looking climb attack. He, he's he's constantly he's constantly upgrading Nami's climb attack. So yeah, and he was the one who was repairing the Mary before it was broken. He was trying to repair it. It's not as good as Frankie, of course, but he does tend to repair it. Like, he has to he has to have done a decent job, or else the Mary would have broke down even before Annie's lobby. Like before, yeah, before Sky Island, because Luffy does has a done a lot of damage to the Merman, who ripped off the mask. I'm no shipwright, but do is it do you I feel like you need a mask to like a mask, like something like the sailing part. You need that one for for your sailing vessels to sail, right? Like I'm a expert at ship, but Luffy has done a lot of damage on the ship. He has more than his enemy. His enemy. He has done a lot of damage to his own ship. So yeah, he like the fact that Mary survived long enough for it to break down after Ennis Lobby speaks volume on how good of a carpenter slash craftsman he is, right? So yeah, Usopp is a good inventor. He's a very creative inventor. He's a good craftsman, or yeah, decent good craftsman. Let's just say that, because he was able to patch up the Mary long enough for it to last until the end of Ennis Lobby. So that's part of his character, I guess. So yeah, let's proceed to the next line. Probably my favorite fight scene that Usopp in that show of all time is his fight against Luffy. I mean, Luffy back on the Water 7 arc, Usopp knows that Luffy is far stronger than him, so he used every trick he's got on his sleeves, on his disposal. Although the fight shows Usopp fighting styles, which is very opposite to Luffy, by the way. So the reason why that fight is great is the emotion they felt during the fight. I mean, the character-wise, Luffy and Usopp is quite opposite. Luffy is, again, more instinctive, more emotional, because he wants to protect his crew, and Usopp is more of the logical side. But this time around, Luffy wants to buy a new ship because of the fact that the Mary is breaking down and they won't make it to the next island, and that's more logical than keeping the Mary and just sailing, because of course that's how the shipwright at Galileo and the expert at shipbuilding said. So yeah, it's more flip, because now Usopp is the emotional one while the logical one is actually Luffy. So that's just my understanding of that whole fight. I love that switcher, and the fact that their fighting style is so different from one another. Like Luffy just punches things hard, while Usopp thinks of strategies to get around brute force. So there's the literal fight and more like an emotional fight. So I do love that fight a lot, because that's goes to show that all of the Straw can in fact fight, even though they're the weakest. They're physically the weakest, or like the most human kind of fighters, like Usopp. So they can fight. Yeah, where are we? So yeah, this, yeah. So that's everything for the personality, I think. Yeah, and crew dynamics. The three people that actually is close to Usopp is Luffy, because of course he respects Luffy as a captain and as a man who will become the king of the pirates. And the fact that in the crew, Luffy is like the most closest to him in age, so they kind of bonded there. And then there's also Nami, which is Nami. They both are members of the Cowardly Trio, so they do tend to he does tend to upgrade some of Nami's weaponry. So yeah, there's a relationship there. So Tony Chopper, again part of the weak or the Cowardly Trio. So yeah, so there's a relationship there. Although overall they all are getting along to one another. That's the crew dynamics. And Frankie, of course, Frankie is now the shipwright, the inventor. The first person who tries Frankie's invention right now at the start is definitely Usopp, because Usopp is a sniper, and most of the time Frankie does invent a new powerful gun or a new powerful cannon. So Frankie does. This is expanded upon in the anime more through the fillers. So this the one thing I love about the anime. Is they have fillers. It expands how the crew dynamics works in the actual storyline of One Piece. So yeah, overall, they all really get along. The crew is really, they do get along. Some people Usopp gets along more, like Nami, Luffy, Chopper, Frankie. Although with Nico Robin, there's also a running gag that every time Robin makes a dark humor, Usopp always freaks out. Apparently, my favorite moment of the dynamics between Robin and Usopp is right before they reach Annie's lobby. I think right before they reach Annie's lobby, the thing that Usopp said to believe in Luffy that he will rescue her. So that's probably my favorite part, the highlight of the entire. They do get along, and that is the one thing, because you have to imagine, Usopp left the crew at that point. Well, he left the crew at that point already, and he gave up being a Straw Hat, while Robin was forced to leave the crew thanks to CP9. So for him to say that makes that scene a bit more powerful, because he just gave up and he left the crew. Like both of them left the crew. One by force. She left the crew by force, and the other by his own will. So yeah, that's my favorite moment. Like, it's more powerful that way. I love that moment in the puffing. Is it the puffing? The sea train though, because the puffing tom is where. Wait, no, it's the puffing tom. Yeah, I get confused because I thought the puffing tom is where Luffy and Zoro. I saw it like. Obviously, that's not the puffing tom. The puffing tom is actually where the CP9 is at. So yeah, the puffing tom. So yeah, that's all for the crew dynamics, the personality, that's all about what I know so far about Usopp. If I do miss something, please leave it in the comment section below, and please leave a like, subscribe, and see you in the next video. Hopefully, that next video is hopefully gonna be released sooner than later. Maybe the fall anime 2020 is next. The last season, I want to react to it because there's a lot of series I want to watch in the fall. So in fall of 2020. So let's hope that nothing is delayed in fall 2020, you guys.
Oh my god, did they just yap it, yap and yap over and over again? Oh my goodness. Did I forget to breathe in that video? Oh my. I thought I was using the old pattern that I did for Zoro, but I did not notice any dividers or something. So let's proceed into Sanji, the third stripe member.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Straw Hat discussion video, and this video is about Vinsmoke Sanji, and this is the first time that I actually dress up for the show. I mean, I did Luffy I think a couple years ago, then I've done Zoro and Usopp recently. Next would be Nami, but I'm not wearing a bikini top. But this is actually quite easy. I just put on my suit and voila, Sanji. Without further ado, let's get on started. Let's get on started with some facts. First fact about Sanji Vinsmoke is Sanji debuted in chapter 42 in the manga and episode 20 in the anime. Although it's East Blue Saga, so it's usually just the introductor of major characters for One Piece. So he's one of the East Blue crew. Original East Blue crew. Yeah, and the third person officially joined this tribe. I'm not gonna count Nami because Nami officially joined after Arlong Park, so that's why I'm gonna go with the number or the position of the crew, which order they officially joined the crew or joined Luffy. So it's gonna be Sanji, the third person to officially join the crew, and then his position of the crew is the cook, and with that in mind, he prefers to fight with his legs or kicks, as his hands is only to prepare food. Although one of my favorite fights for Sanji is the one that he have with Wanzai. I think Wanzai was his name from Enies Lobby arc, where he uses an actual long knife to fight. That was epic. I really did enjoy that one. So that was the first fight that he actually uses a sword. It is quite proficient. I mean, he is part of the Germa, and according to his daddy Judge, he was trained in combat using a sword, so he was quite proficient in that. Yeah. Okay, wait. Let's disowned. He was okay. Sanji, although it's totally more badass, a more badass way to, or a more badass reason to just prefer to kick than Deku, right? As you can see, I also don't like Deku in this channel. So yeah, if I'm ever gonna do that My Hero Academia discussion, you better believe that I don't like Deku as protagonist. Yeah. Sanji came from the North Blue, although he was raised in the East Blue in the Baratie, and he's part of the Germa Kingdom's royal family. He was disowned since he was viewed as an outcast for not having the special superhuman genes that, of course, the genetic mutations that all of his siblings has. So he was viewed as a failure. He was outcast. He was thrown to the sea, or he was outcast, thrown. Yeah, probably thrown. More appropriately say thrown, with the help of his sister. Yeah, and a failure to his siblings who are superhumans. Yeah. At this point, it's kind of spoilery, but I'm gonna spoil it a little bit. Or his father, Vinsmoke Judge, who perform experiments to his children to remove their emotion and turn them into killing machines, but Sanji's mother, Sora, took a drag to counteract those experiments, which results in Sanji retaining his emotions and his humanity. In turn, he was considered a failure, but to his mother's eyes, he was, or his mother's and sister's eyes, he was the only human part of Germa. The first part of his backstory is him meeting his adopted father, Zeph. Zeph was originally a pirate who raided the sea restaurant that Sanji was on, but then an incident happens that results his leg, that this only in the anime, legs being cut off, of course. That's only in anime. But in the manga, it's a more brutal way because his leg, he actually ate his own leg. So yeah, they need to do a little bit of censoring. Well, I can't pronounce that word. Censoring, yeah. They need to. He ate this leg in the manga so that he can survive. He gave the food to Sanji, though, all the food. His aspiration is to travel. Sanji's aspiration is to travel with the Straw Hats to find the All Blue, a sea where you can find fish from all four blues in the One Piece world. I should probably do a video about the geography of One Piece, but of course some YouTubers already got that, right? So I'm just gonna continue with my Straw Hats for now, because I'm also going to do some fairy tale for this, some fairy tale discussions. I do love fairy tale as well. So that being said, let's proceed into the next part, which is the appearance part, or the character design. Oda tends to change up the appearance of all the Straw Hats, especially arc by arc, especially with Zoro, and with our boy Monkey D. Luffy here, and Sanji, because of course those three are usually unlike the most of the time doing the fighting and have majority of the screen time. So he usually changes up the appearance. So I'm gonna just state what usually they wear on a daily basis. And with the case for Sanji usually is a slim, muscular physique, and he usually wear, just like mine, a yellow dress shirt like this and a suit and tie. I don't have a tie, but I do have a blazer, so that's it. That's why I wear this, right? And he's got he have a blonde hair. Of course, it's also very distinct for Germa to have an eye covering, or like it's a very distinct blonde color hair for all the Germa, which Reiju is pink. I think Ichiji was the red one. I'm not sure. Ichiji is the red one, and then Niji is the blue, and then Yanji is the green. So it's very distinct. Although for Sanji, he has the same color of hair as his dad Judge, and his mother Sora. Although yeah, that actually makes sense though in context of the story, because of course, just like I said, the only person who retains his humanity and his emotions is Sanji. So him having blonde hair and similar hair color as his mom and his dad is actually makes sense, because he's the only human part of the siblings. So, and then before the time skip, he covers his hair with he covers his left eye with his hair. It's just
that, and then after the time skip, I actually, when I was doing the research for this script, I actually just I just noticed it right at that moment that he covers his right eye instead of his left eye in the post times. My mind was blown when I was making the script. So yeah, and his most distinctive feature is his spiral eyebrows. Of course, I'm not sure, but I think that's also very common in the Germa siblings, the spiral eyebrows. And then that's it for the character design for Sanji. And let's go for the personality because I have a lot to say about his personality slash backstory. It is a very chivalrous individual that will never hit a woman even if it kills him. This was shown when he refuses to fight against Caulifla during the Enies Lobby arc. Although that actually was a blessing in disguise. I did love the fact that Nami has to fight Caulifla. I love Nami versus Caulifla more. But at times he can also be a massive, well, simp. Just because he tends to feel like he understands women more, but deep inside he's just a massive simp because he really doesn't understand. He tries to, but he doesn't because one thing that one moment I hate Sanji on is that moment in Fishman Island when Jinbei was apologizing to Nami. He just interrupted Nami there. Like, he interrupted Nami and said Jinbei to die. And then he didn't even know what Nami is going to respond to. Like, that's one moment I find this simp really annoying. So his simp nature annoying. Of course, simps are annoying in the first place, right? So yeah. As a seafaring cook, he was believed to only use his hands for cooking and never waste any ingredients or food. Of course, this is shown a couple of times in the anime though. Like, every time people waste food and ingredients, he always gets upset. And one time in the Whole Cake Island arc, when he was eating with his siblings, I think that was Ichiji. It's Ichiji who throws the food at Kusat, and of course, both his chivalrous nature and the fact that he doesn't like to waste any food. He was very upset with Ichiji or Niji. I think I still got confused with the siblings' name. I think Ichiji is the red-haired one, right? Niji was the green-haired one, if I'm not mistaken. And then the green hair one is Yonji, and the lady is Rachel, of course. I know that because it's Rachel, right? It's freaking Rachel. How can I forget Rachel? So yeah, he's very perverted and using every opportunity to peep at Nami and Robin's at the bath. Of course, the only devil fruit he wanted to have is the clear fruit, just for that reason. Of course, through the power of Germa technology that he hated, he was able to master the power of invisibility, and no woman's bath is safe against Sanji. I mean, he can finally help the Straw Hat. He can finally help the Straws. Not Peep, right? More efficiently though, with his invisibility. Which is ironic in a way that he always hated the fact that he is related to the Germa, and yet because
This was 3 years in the making, and we finally talking about Nami, one of my favorite waifus of One Piece, Nami Swan, and still to this day, one of my favorite arcs of One Piece is the arc, Nami's arc. Oh my goodness, I love this girl. This girl is just a fighter and a fighter all along. My heart goes out for Nami. Honestly, Nami is just one of my favorite characters. Actually the start of a new structure for my videos, my discussion videos, where I didn't give a damn about any what you call it dividers at all. I just write a coherent and somewhat readable kind of paragraphs and kind of like an essay format actually. When you think about it, it's technically an essay format kind of a video essay kind of video where I just wrote out the points and just explain it paragraph by paragraph. So in other words, this is a different kind of structure. Makes me wonder. This is actually why it took me a while to actually publish these videos, because I just was struggling so hard with the structure, which is why I am now starting to write in a paragraph essay kind of format instead of like the border by border, or like what's called it border by border, or like bullet point kind of thing. Instead, I'm changing it to more of an essay kind of format. So I hope you guys still enjoy the new structure of my video. Without further ado, let's
Cat Burglar Nami debuted in episode 1 of the anime and chapter 8 of the manga. Nami actually appeared much earlier in the anime than in the manga. However, she did appear in chapter 1's manga cover. Now, I made a Straw Hat discussion playlist on my channel, now on my podcast tab on my YouTube channel. And yet, the last Straw Hat I did a discussion about was Sanji over 3 years ago, which is roughly around the end of Whole Cake Island arc, which is the perfect way to make a Sanji discussion video, and early Wano arc. So yes, that's when I make a Sanji video. But since then, I have not discussed any of the Straw Hats. I did, however, make my Straw Hats tier list, but not an individual Straw Hat discussion. So without further ado, let's start this Straw Hat discussion with one of my favorite waifus, female character of One Piece, Nami. Her character dynamics with the other Straw Hats, the other crew member, backstory, abilities, and goals. I say Nami is my favorite character. I actually have a lot of merch on Nami. Like my favorite One Piece shirt is a wanted poster of Nami's pre-time skip wanted poster, and I also have, look at that, this is one of my second anime figures that I've collected. First was of course the Asuna figure in the swimsuit, but this is actually the second anime figure I've owned, and it's the moment I saw this in EB Games, I had to get it. Like you wouldn't believe, I was hyped up when I see this figure on EB Games. So yes, and of course I got my, which is a little bit dirty right now. I really need to clean my Nami mousepad. And of course, my latest one I got from Animathon is my Wano Nami anime figure. Oh my goodness. Two beautiful figures of Nami. Like, I like the fact that Nami loves money, right? And oranges. And yet, is generating her own kind of profit in our world as well. So, yes. That is kind of funny. I've learned that saying from Tekken, yes. Without further ado, let's start with our discussion. Cat Burglar Nami, at an early age, was found by a marine named Belmir in a war-torn island, Oikat Kingdom, alongside her adopted sister Nojiko.
Balmir then retired from being a marine to raise Nami and Nojiko in Balmir's hometown of Kokoyashi. They grew a tangerine orchard, which then led to Nami's love of tangerines. As a child, Nami developed a love for drawing mops. She started by reading and stealing the geography book from a local bookstore. Of course, because they couldn't afford the book, she had to steal it, and got in trouble with Balmir and the town sheriff Genzo. Then, when Nami expresses her interest with navigation, Genzo bought her the geography book. It wasn't actually stated that Genzo bought it for her, but I assume that he bought her the geography book and gave it to Nami. Genzo was Nami's fatherly figure, which started her dream to completing a map of the entire world. Nami was 8 years old. The fishermen pirates, led by Arlong, a shark fisherman, attacked and invaded Kokoyashi village and extorted the village. They taxed the adults with 100,000 berries and the children 50,000 berries, which led to the most heart-wrenching death in One Piece when the fishermen pirates taxed Balmir's household. At the time, Balmir only had 100 berries in hand with her. They're not that rich, remember? With her, and the townsfolk originally suggested for Nami and Nojiko to hide. Balmir, knowing that they might find out, eventually paid 100,000 berries only as tax for both Nami and Nojiko. Balmir's last word, she said, "I love you," while hugging her 2 daughters, and Arlong shoot her right in front of her daughters. And after killing Balmir, Arlong discovers Nami's talent for drawing mops and forces her to work under him. Arlong's tyranny went on for 10 whole years. It wasn't all bad, because Arlong proposed to Nami that if she paid him 100 million berries, no matter how long it takes, he will free Nami and Kokoyashi village. In the course of 10 years of charting for Arlong, whilst plundering money from other pirates, she eventually gathers up the money to buy back her village's freedom. But of course, the entire deal was a lie. Arlong did not intend to keep his end of the bargain. Distraught by Arlong's deception, the village finally decided to stop relying on Nami's help, because they know that Nami's sacrifice and how he bargained with Arlong to buy back the village. So they just let Nami help them. But now, resolute, and despite Nami's plea, the village was resolute and in wanting to fight Arlong and his crew. A very emotional moment when she can't do anything to stop her village from marching to their own deaths. By challenging Arlong and his crew, she started cursing Arlong and stabbing his pirate mark right on her shoulders. And then Luffy steps up to stop Nami from hurting herself. This one moment, I started to respect Luffy. Then Nami says to him how he doesn't know what's been happening on the island, and Luffy agreeing. Nami then follows by saying, "Luffy, help me." The one person she can rely on that very moment was Luffy. Luffy places his hat on Nami's head and shouts, "He's gonna Luffy! Nami having the brief flashback of Luffy holding his hat and saying, "Don't you dare lay a hand on my treasure," which implies that friendship and bonds for Luffy is his true treasure. This is when I grow to respect Luffy at all, because Luffy in general, over the course of One Piece, this is gonna be a tangent, a minor tangent. Luffy in general never cares for anyone's past. Like, when you look at Jinbei, when he explains that entire backstory of his back on Fishman Island, or when Robin was flashbacking, Luffy literally did not care and listen to their backstory, because Luffy is not the kind of person who dwells on the past of his friends, for all of his friends. So for Luffy, what they are right now, it's more important than their past. Like when Judge was judging Sanji on him being a failure in the past, Luffy did not care, because what Sanji right now, it's much more important for Luffy than what Sanji is in the past. So yes, that's kind of why I kind of respect Luffy's character, because he doesn't care what his crew's past is. All he cares about is what they are right now. And for me, I love that idea for Luffy. Luffy, chef's kiss right there. Without further ado, back on Nami's discussion video. The Straw Hats walked to Arlong Park. Luffy bust down the door and demanded Arlong to come and fight him. The fight went on the fishman pirate base, except for Usopp, which he heroically led one of Arlong's top henchmen, Chu, away to take care of him on his own. Yes, what a hero he truly was. Sanji fought another of Arlong's top henchmen, Kirby, and Zoro fought Hachi. Of course, Luffy fought the big boss himself, Arlong. Their fight went on throughout the Arlong base and went on to Nami's room, which Luffy realized it was nothing but a jail cell for her. Which then again Luffy realized, in order to truly free Nami, his duty was not only to defeat Arlong, but to destroy the entire Arlong Pirates' base of operation, the Arlong Park. After Luffy defeated Arlong and destroying the Arlong Pirates' base of operation, Luffy then declares to Nami that she is his Nakama. And all of the 100 million berries that Nami has collected over the course of 10 years was then given back in the rebuilding of Nami's island and the Kokoyashi village. Now, enough of Nami's backstory. Nami has proven her loyalty to the Straw Hats in so many different occasions, like when Nami slaps Sanji for mocking Luffy's dream back in Whole Cake Island arc, and when Ulti was beating Nami to a bloody pulp back in Wano, or the war at Onigashima. Nami refused to submit to her and continued to declare Luffy will be the king of the pirates. Nami, who is always afraid, and Nami, who is part of the weak trio, was unyielding back in her fight against Ulti, and believes in Luffy as well. There's also that talk with Haridas back in Witheria, when Nami talked so fondly of Luffy as her motivation to keep improving her navigational skills and knowledge of weather science in order to help Luffy become the king of the pirates. Nami's dynamic with the other Straw Hats. Now, she personally gets along with Usopp and Chopper, as they are canonically
canonically part of the weak trio group, Usopp made Nami's climb attack and continually make upgrades to it throughout the series. From the party tricks climb attack that she used against what's your name again? Miss Double Finger, Back, and Alabasta, to the climb attack that utilized the dials from Sky Island that she first used against Caulifla during Annie's Lobby arc, to the upgraded, oh, not really upgraded, because that was from Wither. She upgraded using the weather science knowledge from Witheria. So Usopp technically did not have a hand on the perfect sorcerer climb attack, because that was Nami upgrading it when she learned more about weather science. So the next upgrade would be the dildo climb attack, for not having a sense of direction. Overall, she does respect Zoro's fighting skill, as both of them can handle their own and liquor as well. Have a huge respect for Zoro for handling her liquor, because both of them can. As for Luffy, she is grateful for Luffy saving her and her village. She is extremely loyal to Luffy and will lash out at anyone that insult his dreams of becoming the king of the pirates. And Luffy does respect her as a navigator as well, and will listen to her, one of the few Straw Hats that can actually talk some sense to Luffy. She does get annoyed at how childish Luffy can be, though. So yes, that's kind of their dynamic. He respects a lot of them, but kind of be annoyed by some of their childish antics, and that's why Robin, they get along so well, because Robin is one of the mature-minded individuals in the Straw. So she does have a sisterly bond. That's also rooted on how they have a sisterly bond. But then again, Robin does have a tendency to just go along with Luffy. So yes, that's a little bit of their dynamics with each other. Though not as skilled as a fighter as Luffy, Zoro, and the others, Nami possesses physical abilities, as being a navigator requires some physical labor. Her strong physical abilities, like jumping from building to building during the Water 7 arcs, came from her experiences with the Arlong pirates, how she was coerced in taking and tackling difficult situations like stealing from other pirates. She's also an expert at navigation, that was once stated that she can predict the weather by Princess Vivi during their travels from Little Garden to Jump Kingdom. Before getting the different variation of climb attacks, she used a bow staff. Though the bow staff was just a regular staff, the climb attack went through quite a lot of upgrades. Firstly, the party trick climb attack that Nami used against Miss Double Finger and Wind, despite the fact that it's just a party trick kind of weapons. After Skypiea arc, Usopp utilized the dials to upgrade Nami's climb attack to the perfect climb attack, known as the Mirror. Known moves for the perfect climb attack were the Mirage Tempo, Fanta Morgana, Thunderbolt Tempo, the Thunder Lance Tempo. She used this perfect climb attack against Caulifla. The next upgrade was the Sorcerer climb attack, in which Nami upgraded the climb attack using her knowledge she got from Witheria. She can create weather phenomena by using the weather eggs. She used it against the new Fishman pirates during the Fishman Island arc to hide away her entire crew for a surprise attack. So yes, kind of, but I think that was all from the Mirage though. The Mirage, that's an upgraded version of the Mirage Fata Morgana technique that Nami used, but then again, she can summon weather eggs that's able to create weather phenomena. There's also a gust sword that shoots a powerful gust of wind and shower tempo, because my girl likes to take showers every day. That's Nami's everyday routine. And the Milky Road, which is just a cloud sea formation that she can summon for easier transportation. Yeah, for easier transportation, essentially. The Milky Road, she utilized that during Punk Hazard, I believe, used in conjunction with the Minimary, which is a cloud path that the Straw Hat then used to traverse through difficult islands. The current second climb attack, where Usopp utilizes pop greens to upgrade Nami's climb attack, looks like an adult toy. Looks like a dildo if you know what I'm talking. So yes, that's everything on Nami's skills and abilities. Nami is really not that strong of a fighter. She can dish out powerful moves like the Thunderbolt Tempo and so on, but she's not the most powerful and skilled fighter. But all of her moves are support kind of tactical techniques. So yes, it's more like maybe in Pokemon, it's like an Alakazam. I always consider I always consider her as kind of like Alakazam figure, but then again, Alakazam in Pokemon is a glass cannon, and from what I've seen on Nami from Onigashima against Ulti, she's actually not an Alakazam. She's not a glass cannon kind of character. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe who's a special attacker that can take more hits? Something is missing me. She's more like Milotech. If you catch me, she can actually take a lot more hit than I take her credit for. So yes, that's all about Nami's abilities as a navigator and her fighting abilities. Without further ado, that would be the end of my Nami discussion videos. If I do miss anything about Nami, please let me know in the comment section below, and let's get this discussion about our goddess. And speaking of goddess, I actually watched a TikTok content by Brief, how Nami was based around Aphrodite from the Greek mythos. So that's quite the interesting facts on how Nami, a lot of theory was revolved around that. Aphrodite, then again, Aphrodite is kind of like a bitch, and Nami is far from a bitch. She literally likes taking care of children. Like, she has a motherly side. Why would you call my goddess a bitch like that? And Aphrodite was a bitch. Just saying, most beautiful goddess, but also a bitch. But Nami isn't, because Nami is just a beautiful woman in One Piece that loves to take care of children. Like, she has that entire scene in Punk Hazard where she refused to give up on Mocha and the rest. So yes, that's why I refuse to believe Nami is like related to Aphrodite whatsoever. Next up is Princess Vivi. Oh my goodness. Yes, I consider Vivi as the Strahd from the get-go. Another thing is, I never actually discussed the Strahd ships. I should make a note of that. Oh my goodness. I have a lot of things about the Strahd ship. And maybe Yamato. Do I consider Yamato as a member of the crew?
She hasn't journeyed with the Straw Hats for long though. I need to think about that. Without further ado, let's go right ahead with Princess Vivi Nefertari Vivi. So, for another Straw Hat discussion video. In this week's Straw Hat discussion, we will be discussing about Princess Vivi, Princess Nefertari D. Vivi, as of the recently chapter where Princess Vivi has a D initial on her. So yes, Princess Nefertari D. Vivi. Yes, I do recognize her as an official member of the Straw Hat, though she only adventured in a short voyage compared to Kinemon and Momonosuke. For me, she has a better character chemistry with the Straw Hats, which I enjoyed the most. In this video, we will be discussing Princess Nefertari Vivi's backstory, how she met and interacted with the Straw Hats, and her motivation of the Straw Hats. But note that I will be skipping all of the combat capability because Princess Vivi does not possess any combat capability. I mean, she has like a stringed ring. I don't even know what the name is, but overall, compared to Nami, she does lack that capability or physical attributes as well. So yes. So if there's anything I miss about Princess Vivi's character, let me know in the comment section below. Additionally, as I am going to talk about Vivi's current whereabouts, a spoiler warning as necessary. Furthermore, if you guys I will try my hardest not to go on tangents. So, Nefertari Vivi is a princess of Alabasta Kingdom. She is the daughter of the now deceased, spoiler alert, Nefertari Cobra and Titi, and along with her entire rest of the family, she bears the D initial, which is another spoiler warning. When Vivi debuted as one of the main antagonists of the Reverse Mountain arc as a bounty hunter under the alias Miss Wednesday. During this time, she partnered with the frontier agent Mr. Nine. However, after the events at the Whiskey Peak arc, Vivi and her pet duck Karu ended up joining the Straw Hats for the most of Alabasta Saga. Once she was discovered to be the spy plotting against Baroque Works, as Baroque Works was plotting to take over Alabasta at the time from the shadows, and they chose Alabasta to rule over because it is a desert country, which is perfect to ruling for Sir Crocodile, the boss of Baroque Works, the user of the Suna Suna no Mi, or the San San fruit. Not only it is the perfect rule for Crocodile in a geographical sense, it also possesses the secret to the ultimate weapon, Pluton's location. Vivi left the Straw Hats after they defeated Baroque Works in a very emotional way and stayed in her homeland. I still get goosebumps every time I rewatch that scene where they just raise their hands, like hands where they mark the X. Oh my goodness, I just literally that was a heart-wrenching moment right there. And stayed in her homeland, which led to the most heart-wrenching goodbye in One Piece. But she is still considered a member of the Straw Hats, as she has been keeping track of the Straw Hats' progress. As of the current story, after escaping Mauricio with King Wapo and Vivi and Wapo became fugitives, hunted by Imu, and the Gorosei. Imu seems to have a keen interest in Vivi. Some has speculated that it could be romantic interest, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like it's something connected to the ancient Nefertari queen, which is Queen Lily. So I doubt it's more romantic, more like something in connection with Lily, personally. So yes, that's what my thought is, why Imu has some sort of interest with Vivi. Likely connected to how Vivi resembled the ancient queen.
of alabaster from the Void Century, Queen Nefertari Lily, while as for Wapol is being hunted down by Imu, and the Goros is solely because he was sneakily following King Cobra confronting the Gorosei, and Imu joins the meeting between Cobra and the Gorosei. And since the knowledge of knowing that having a single ruler of the world, Imu's existence, is forbidden, after the confrontation, Cobra was then killed by the Gorosei member, and likely so, even Wapol will be hunted down because of that knowledge of Imu. So, without further ado, again, that all ties into how Vivi was captured by Cyberpole, and then Wapol was trying to run away against the against the Gorosei members, and even Sabo trying to protect Vivi trying to protect Cobra, trying to run away as well. So yes, I know when I try to explain it, it's kind of confusing, but yes, that's what happened in Reverie. Sabo was involved, and then there's Cobra, Vivi was involved, and then Wapol, which just mind-boggling, like a joke villain character like Wapol getting a character moment in Reverie is just mind-boggling for me. I still think Wapol is kind of a joke character. And the funny thing is, he's the one who saved Vivi, the girl he scorned on the last couple Reverie. So yes, the fact that he's now helping Vivi save Vivi's life, yeah, that's hilarious to me. That's quite ironic. Where were we? And even Frame, Sabo, who was also present and knew about Imu's existence, and was also present during the confrontation, but before Cobra's death, Cobra left a message to Vivi and Luffy for Sabo to tell. Vivi is a bearer of the will of Dio, and that also led to Sabo having a slight flashback of Luffy and Ace giving Sabo the initial, which is Sa-Dibo, which also translates to sad boy, kind of opposite to Joy Boy. I kinda like that. I kinda like that nickname for Sabo there, Sa-Diboy, because technically he's a noble that defected to the nobility to become a revolutionary. So Sa-Diboy definitely is a fitting name for Sabo. Just saying. So yes, that's everything that happened. Everything that happened in Reverie as of the current story, which is definitely going to be labeled all a spoiler. His current whereabouts is with the new Scoot, as she did escape the world government with Wapol, of all people. And since Wapol have a connection to big news Morgans and promising the Big Bird the biggest scoop of news of the world to Morgans, so Morgans helped Vivi and Wapol out, making both Sabo and Wapol the worst people to find out about Imu because of their connection to dragons and Morgans respectively. Wapol also was the one who told Vivi that of what happened to Marijua, which she already knows. She already knows about his dad being killed by Gorso when we seen her next, and was crying the entire night and days about. I mean, understandably, if you're told your dad was killed by the world government, of course you'll be bawling your eyes out. Now, she is on track to meet the Straw Hats again, and the crew that she can rely on the most. I just love that Vivi, a character who is at the very first saga of the Grand Line, and yet Oda is still fleshing her character out. From the Dressrosa arc to the current, with how the Nefertaris was one of the original 20 family that started the world government but decided to stay on Alabasta and not become a celestial dragons. That alone make the Nefertari much more respectable than the other 20 families until now. With the event on the Reverie, I think the Nefertaris and in general is just a respectable royal family. Without further ado, I have to expand upon why Wapol and Sabo is by far the worst people to find out about Imu. Just saying, because Sabo is a revolutionary army, right? This is a tangent that I'm willing to go by. Sabo's revolutionary army, the very first thing he did when meeting Dragon was directly to Dragon and reporting all what happened to Dragon. And again, Sabo became, by being famed of Cobra's killer, as Cobra's murderer, or unaliver, he was also revered as the Flame Emperor of Revolution as well. So with that alone, he became kind of popular and then revered upon in the masses, and the fact that he's revered also make him a terrible person to find out about Imu. And then there's the whole dragons connection thing, and then there's also Wapo with Morgan's connection. Now everyone in the world will know who Imu is. So yes, the fact that that is now the reality of things, and now Imu as a ruler of the world will soon be revealed to the masses. I just think Wapol and Sabo being the people who knew Imu, that's just a twist of fate right there. Without further ado, that's this relationship with the Straw Hats. Traveling with the Straw Hats, Vivi had a great amount of respect for Monkey D. Luffy, both as a captain and as a friend. She openly feels amazement and disbelief of Luffy's strength and abilities. She also shows concern with Luffy's recklessness as well. Secondly, Roro Noah Zoro. Vivi was originally antagonistic towards Zoro, as she did in the whole Reverse Mountain arc when she was still in Baroque Works. At Whiskey Peak as well, she boldly tried to kill him and greatly underestimated him. After her identity was discovered and she began to travel with the crew, Zoro got along with Vivi, and Vivi calling Zoro Mr. Bushido as a nickname. However, when leaving Alabasta and after saying goodbye to Vivi, Zoro seems unperturbed, adds more to Zoro's stoic nature. After learning about the events in Reverie, Zoro was the only one who did not panic and stated that Vivi can take care of herself, as he trusted her. Third member of the Straw Hat, Nami. She and Nami also became good friends. Their personality seemed to be opposite. Nami has a hot-tempered disposition, while Vivi is a bit more calmer and more collected. They switch personalities when something worrisome happens. Nami becomes a bit more calmed down, and Vivi panics. It goes to show that Nami has more experience in seafaring than Vivi. The two formed a quick bond and worked together in most situations. During Nami's fight with Miss Double Finger, Nami said that being stabbed in the foot at the time was nothing compared to the pain Vivi felt for her country. Initially, Nami wanted Vivi to pay 1 billion berries for further assistance. However, because of
Is this Chahat, Doctor? Chopper. For the longest time, actually, Chopper was the one that I did not get a figure out of because it's a little bit harder to get him in base form. Like the small chibi kind of form that he always is in. So, not until I went for the first time, oh no, second time in Anime Fan, that I actually got myself a Chopper figure, which is a really cute little figure of Chopper in his regular kind of cutesy form. So without further ado, let's go. I should show that off. Hold on. Here you go, the cute little Chopper. I like Chopper. You join your big brother Zara right here. Okay, without further ado, let's go with
Merry
Chopper.
Christmas, one and all. In today's holiday special, we are talking about the cutest doctor of all, the Straw Hat Dr. Tony Chopper. I just thought to myself, when to better upload a Chopper discussion video? Well, being a reindeer with an oddly colored nose and growing up in a winter island, Christmas Day would be a perfect day to upload a Chopper discussion video. I am going to be talking about Chopper anyway since I am currently doing a Straw discussion series. It just needed a perfect day. A snowy or winter being closely related to Christmas, and Chopper being a homage to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Christmas should be the perfect day for a Chopper discussion video. So in this video we will be talking about Chopper's ability, dreams, and backstory. If there's something that I have missed about Chopper, let me know in the comment section below. And let's get this discussion started. Tony Chopper grew up as a young reindeer to a herd of wild reindeers on Drum Kingdom, later known as the Sakura Kingdom. Growing up, he was ostracized by his fellow reindeer simply because he had a different colored nose than them. And then the treatment of poor Chopper was even worsened when he accidentally ate a devil fruit, the Ito no Mi, or the human fruit. He was no longer just ostracized, he was feared amongst his fellow reindeers. When he comes to see the humans, he was called a monster and called a yeti, and was gunned down by them and nearly died. But then a passing quack doctor, Dr. Hiralet, helped him recover. At first he was apprehensive at the doctor, but then later he began to open up with the doctor as he saw he can trust him. They had a happy father and son relationship, but of course it wouldn't be an audio flashback without the sad and gut-wrenching twist. Dr. Hiroluk was all along suffering from an incurable terminal disease and was at its final stage, but he was steadfast enough to cheer up the suffering people of Drum Kingdom. Chopper then overheard the conversation about the disease that the Dr. Hiroluk was having, or has been suffering, and decided to search for the rumored altering mushroom. Chopper heard from the townsfolk, thinking that it could help the doctor recover. Chopper once again encountered his family of reindeer and once again thrown away by this asshole of a reindeer group, but it doesn't deter Chopper from his goal to find the altering mushroom. For days of searching arduously for the mushroom, thinking that it could cure the doctor, he served it as a soup. Dr. Hiroluk recognized it as a poisonous mushroom and not as an all-curing mushroom. He also realized that Chopper hard to sleep, looked for this mushroom, and he drank all of it, thinking he's going to die anyway. Might as well just drink the Chopper to see Chopper's smile one last time. Very, very sad kind of moment for the two of them. A rumor started that all of Drum Kingdom's royally appointed physician fell ill. I mean, okay, a little bit of a tangent here, because the king of Drum Kingdom at the time, Wapol, like decided to just exile all of the doctor, like banish all of the doctor, and like have a select few medically approved doctors, royally approved doctors on the kingdom. Just a very select few of those doctors just allowed to practice medicine. Then the rest essentially gets kicked off or executed on site. So with that in mind, this rumor is quite big, because with that little amount of doctors is quite the commodity in Drum Kingdom, yeah? Then a rumor started that all the Drum Kingdom's royally appointed physicians fell ill. A panicked Kuroluk then rushed to the castle. Turns out it was all a trap made by the king of Drum Kingdom, Wapol. I mean, Wapol is kind of an a-hole anyway. As a matter of fact, there's a law that was made by Wapol that any doctor that is not appointed by Wapol is to be hunted down and were either exiled or executed on the spot. And Wapol would charge a large sum of money to consult, would charge a large sum of money to the people of Drum Kingdom to consult a monarch-appointed doctor. It's a way to extort more money from his citizens. At the time, the only one who was not caught was two old doctors, Kureha and Hiroluk. Kureha did not fall for the trap, but Hiroluk did. Whilst Hiroluk was ensnared by Wapol, Kureha visited Hiroluk's home to check up on his worsening health and maybe dissuade Hiroluk from going, but it was already too. Chopper let Kureha in, knowing that she is both a friend and a doctor of Hiroluk. Chopper then told Kureha that Hiroluk was cured due to him drinking the soup made out of the rumored all-curing mushroom that he found out, which visibly angered Kureha. I mean, to no surprise, because that was not an all-curing mushroom, and that was instead a poisonous mushroom. At first, Chopper did not believe Kureha, and then Kureha explained that it takes more than a good heart to cure people. You also need to have an extensive knowledge of medicine to help cure people. This is one of my favorite moments in Chopper's backstory, simply because it is a very down-to-reality fictitious setting. One of the most down-to-reality fictitious settings, despite the fact that it has a talking raider. It's kind of down to reality, like no healing magic kind of setting scenario. There is that. That's why I love this. I love Chopper's backstory. I hold dear in my heart right here. Cut to Dr. Hiroluk. He then dropped to the ground, glad it was only a rumor that all the doctors fell ill in an illness. And then the scene pans out, delivered one of the most heart-wrenching speech in all of One Piece about how he will live on, or how his dreams will live on, will be passed down to Chopper, and he will live on people's memories and hearts. Shortly after that, he was gunned down. Chopper went on a rampage, and when Wapol ordered to execute him, Dalton, the head of the military, opted to let him go. He was punished, of course. After that, Chopper returned to Korea and begged to take him in as a student and swore to be a doctor that can cure all illness. So, a little bit of tangent here, because you know what? This is actually the very first instant in the backstory, no less, that the entire theme of inherited will was passed down. It was originally passed down to Korea to bring forth the ultimate goal Hero was aiming towards for Drum Kingdom, and then his entire ideal was passed down to Chopper, which then said that his death is not gonna be permanent. He's gonna live on people's lives and people's memories, hearts, and even his will live on. So yes, this is the very first instant in One Piece for me that the entire concept of inherited will has been introduced. As a reindeer can naturally commune to animals as a natural ability, and he also have great medical expertise as he was able to create a cure for winds, viruses. The Chopper Raj nebulizer, that's just like a big gas that's spread around the stage hall of Onigashima to cure all of the people afflicted with Queen's viruses, and a sedative to slows down the drug Caesar gave to the children of Pankazar, the Masui sedative. That's all for Chopper's learned and natural abilities. Let's proceed into the Hito no Mi. 8. The Hito no Mi, devil fruit, or the human fruit, which gave him the abilities to understand human intelligence and wisdoms. For me, Chopper's devil fruit might have been considered a zone, but it never fully transformed him into a human. One of the weirdest kind of zone fruit. It never fully transformed him into a human. Instead, if nothing else, it transformed him into a hybrid of a reindeer yeti kind of human kind of creature, but never a full-fledged human. So I just gave the Hito no Mi the ability to understand human intelligence and wisdom instead of just a fully transformed human. So that's how I understand the Hito no Mi's ability, which I found odd because any other zone like Kaku, Lucci, or even Kaido can transform into their respective animal or creatures, but not Chopper. One thing that the fruit gave Chopper is human intelligence, and with that being said, is the only oddities of this fruit. With that being said, there are multiple forms Chopper utilized throughout the series. Chopper is usually in this chibi tanuki like figure, the brain point, and his human yeti form for heavy lifters, the rumble ball, which gave Chopper 4 additional forms he can access for 3 minutes. Jumping point, his legs becomes more agile and long. Guard point turns his fur into a protective ball of fluff. Arm point makes his hands bulky and strong, and horn point grants him large antlers. But when he consumed 3 rumble balls, he became an uncontrollable monster, at least in the pre-time skip, and he couldn't move for 3 hours. But After the 2-year time skip, he was able to transform into all his transformation, but lost the Kung Fu point, which his more agile bipedal humanoid combat form, and Chopper only needs one Rumble Ball to transform into one transformation, which is the monster point, but he doesn't use the monster form quite occasionally because, well, it does still render him motionless, and it's just for emergency situation that he busted out. So I really am starving for more of Chopper's fight scenes, because we have been robbed of Chopper's fight scene ever since Annie's Lab, and that's like hundreds and hundreds of chapters ago. So I really want to see another fight from Chopper, because even Nami gets fights of her own, and she's also part of the weak trio of the Straw Hats, and even Chopper, even Usopp gets a moment, not really a full fight, but at least a moment to shine as well, but not really for Chopper, not a combat, not a fight or moment. Maybe one moment was in the stage area when he developed the Chopper Raj nebulizer, but other than that, I really want a fight, a one-on-one fight for Chopper as well. So yeah, hopefully in the future, maybe in Alba, cross your fingers, we get a Chopper fight, and maybe even a freaking Usopp fight, because Usopp, though there's a lot of moments since the time skip that has Usopp moments. I also need an Usopp fight as well. So Chopper and Usopp, cross fingers, we should get that soon, right? We should definitely get a Chopper and Usopp kind of one-on-one for each of them, right? Right? Who's in agreement with me? Who's in agreement with me? Yes. Let's go on with that relationship with the Straw. This one, I kind of want to explain how how he interacts with each of the Straw Hats on my own words, not just reading off the wiki here. So let's go right ahead. First one is, of course, the Captain Monkey D. Luffy. I mean, Luffy in general was Chopper's first friend and the one that invited him to the Straw Hat crew. His respect for his ideals as a pirate, as his strength as a pirate, and he occasionally goofs off with Luffy as well, like kind of a playful kind of family bonding kind of situation for Luffy and Chopper, along with Usopp as well. So yes, that's definitely my relationship between Luffy and Chopper. And then there's also that instant where Luffy just said Chopper is emergency food. Like, that's disrespectful right there, Mr. Monkey D. Luffy. Second would be Nami. Nami respects Chopper's doctor, knowing that he studied medicine under Korea. Nami has a tremendous respect for Chopper's medicine knowledge, and same goes for Chopper with Nami's navigational skills. So they both have mutual respect for one another as crewmates. They do tend to bond each other because Nami also is fond of how cutesy Chopper acts occasionally. So the fact that he can act like cutesy, Nami is quite fond of that, and the fact that Nami also has a motherly side. So of course she would 100% bond with Chopper as Chopper is the youngest member of the crew. And with Roronoa Zoro, funny thing about Roronoa Zoro is he has this cover page. I can see if I can find it. A cover page where both Sanji and Zoro was like passed out on the ground, and in their imagination they both have an image on their head where Sanji is dreaming about him being fond by Nami, while Zoro is dreaming about him being fond by Chopper as like a big brother figure. So they have a sibling, big brother, younger brother kind of relationship between the two of them. Although Chopper also looks up to Zoro as well as someone strong on the crew. So yeah, Zoro and Chopper has like the sibling relationship as well. Sanji, I think Sanji is more or so the same as Zoro as well. Although there's a funny moment where they both diss Zoro for like being stoic and kind of heartless towards Vivi and Robin's situation at the time. So they can give up occasionally, but Chopper does respects Sanji's skill as a cook and his battle prowess as well. So yeah, more on the respect kind of side. So with Usopp, they are, of course, they're part of the cowards trio. They're of the cowards trio with Nami, Usopp, and Chopper. They both scour easily and part of the weak trio of the crew as well. So they goof off with Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper. They goof off, and they also scour easily with Nami, Usopp, and Chopper as well. So they can have a bonding moment of how much cowardly they can become. Number 6 would be Nico Robin. I mean, Nico Robin and Vivi is the same in a way because both of them likes cute kind of animal talking things because Vivi has an animal companion, so they love how cute Chopper can be and do respect his knowledge as a doctor as well. So yes, and plus Nico Robin has a motherly side towards Chopper, so Mommy Robin all the way through. Frankie is the kind of guy that Chopper always is amazed by his technological upgrades on his body and to the ship as well. So yeah, that's another relationship and interaction between the Frankie and Chopper. Brook, what instances of Brook and Chopper's relationship do I need to highlight? I mean, they both are goofy, have a goofy kind of interaction with how Brook always has to turn everything into a joke, and then maybe respect for Brook's musical talents as well. So every time Brook sings, Chopper just chills, like listen to the music. Jinbei, of course, the heart-wrenching embrace of the crew, and Jinbei reunion on the Wano speaks for itself. Respect for the strength and his skill as a helmsman as well. So there's a little bit of kind of family vibe on how much of a boss Jinbei there. So that's probably how I can explain each of the interaction and relationship between Chopper and the Straw Hat crew. Overall, the Straw Hat crew are all homies, my dudes. They are just homies. Okay, that's to sum it up.
Nico Robin, the archaeologies that will make Luffy the king of the pirates. Nico Robin was initially an enemy of the Straw Hats, as an assassin working for Baroque work under the alias Miss All Sunday. Hello and welcome, everyone, to this week's episode of the Infinite King Talk. I mean, I know we missed a week there for a second, so yeah, I'm not gonna be hell-bent on that one because I was working on the script of this one for a long ass time. So without further ado, where we talk about the archaeologist of the Straw Hat crew, Nico Robin. We're going to be tackling Robin's backstory, goals, abilities, and relationship with the Straw Hats. So if I miss anything about Nico Robin, please do let me know in the comments section. First debuted as an enemy of the Straw Hats, formerly known as Miss All Sunday. She was a member of the Baroque Works, an underworld organization founded by the former warlord Sir Crocodile. Baroque Works handles mercenary jobs, assassination, and bounty hunting, and Robin worked at the very top as the secretary and partner of Crocodile, which later was revealed that due to Robin's being able to read the ancient forbidden text inscribed within poneglyphs, Crocodile had to work close to her for the fruition of his plans, Project Utopia. He wanted to dominate Alabasta, to claim the poneglyphs that was contained within the country that tells the location of one of the ancient superweapons, Pluton. But Robin has her own moralities despite being labeled as a devil child, and she did not want Crocodile to have the Pluton. Crocodile was power hungry. She knew that if she told him the location of the ancient weapon, it would be catastrophic, so she lied to Crocodile when telling him the contents of the poneglyphs in Alabasta. Then Crocodile, finding no use to Robin, Crocodile decided to kill Robin and crush him under the rubble of the very same kind of cave or basement that the poneglyph was in. So Robin resigned to her death and giving up on living, and then Luffy saved her and give her a chance to live her life and not to give up on her own dreams. I mean, Luffy, she also was like one of the many reasons why Luffy kept going and going and going until he beat Crocodile. Right, like the first time Luffy and Crocodile fought back in like that Casino City. Oh my goodness, I can't remember for the life. I can't remember that. After fact checking, I initially mentioned Alubarna, but it is Rain Base. The first battle between Luffy and Crocodile is in Rain Base. I think right outside of Rain Base. Yeah, back when they first fought, Crocodile almost killed Luffy, but due to Dick Robin's interference, she essentially saved Luffy, and then again, he then once again face Crocodile again, and then got defeated. That time, Robin is kind of preoccupied to help her, or help him, and the last moment was when Crocodile, the next time that she helped Luffy was during the final battle where Luffy was severely damaged by Crocodile's poisoned hook, which I wish more people would utilize a poison tip object. That's just an ingenious way of nuking someone. But I digress. Luffy was badly poisoned. Robin once again helped him by giving him the antidote for that poison. So overall, due to Robin continuously helping Luffy, of course, Luffy decides to save him. And not to mention, I think she also have a hand in saving the one servant of Vivi, right? I feel like, yeah, sure. She blew up the boat he was riding back in Whiskey Peak, but I don't think she initially started off wanting to kill that guy. She just make it look like she killed him, but in reality, that was just a ploy or a cover-up. So Crocodile won't be able to notice, right? So that's just my own. She has a very moralistic approach. Despite her continuously using dark humor, she is very much with a kind personality. So that's about the personality and like the countless amount of times Robin saves Luffy during the fight against Crocodile. And let's dig deeper on why Robin would join Crocodile if she did not intend to give him Pluton's location. You see, Robin grew up on an island in the South Blue called Ohara. The island was widely known as the Island of Scholars. Within its center is a giant tree of knowledge library, housing books predating from ancient civilization. Naturally, most of the residents in Ohara, not all, but most of the residents in Ohara were scholars studying the ancient civilizations. Robin being one of them. One of these ancient civilizations they were studying was particularly taboo in the eyes of the world government, the Void Century. So the world government decided to annihilate Ohara with a buster call. It's a bombardment of 10 battleships on an island for their crimes of studying the Void Century and labeled them heretics. With the help of Kuzan, a vice admiral of the Navy at the time, Robin escapes the destruction of her homeland, Ohara, with her being the sole survivor. The government issued a huge 79 million berry bounty on her head and dubbed her the Devil Child. She was hunted down by everyone and betrayed by every single pirate crew she ever joined. So it was natural for her to not trust anyone. But then Crocodile seeks her out, offering his protection in exchange. He wanted to have Pluton's location to claim Pluton. This offer interested Robin because, as a scholar of Ohara, she felt it fell on her to uncover the mysteries of the Void Century. But after many years in poneglyphs she has found was a dead end. She felt ultimately hopeless when the one poneglyph in Alabasta did not contain what she wanted. But then Luffy, once again, like I said, saved her. And of course, having no place to go, she ultimately decided to join the Strat as well. So that's how Robin decided on joining the Strat despite not being invited. The only person in the Straw Hats that was not invited by Luffy, but she just wants to join the Straw Hats because she did not have any place to go. There you go. Robin wanted to be dead, but Luffy snapped her out and saved her back in Alabasta. From then on, she decided to join the Straw Hats, like I said, and decided to never give up with her dreams and goals until the Straw Hats went to Water 7, a very Robin-centric arc or saga, by the way, and she was captured by the government agency CP9. The Straw Hats save her, which led to her most gut-wrenching, and still I tear up every time I see clips and scenes of it online. The gut-wrenching scene, I want to live moment. That hit me right in the feels, knowing what's about to happen, knowing all of the backstory of Nico Robin. Like, this is why Robin is one of my favorite characters in One Piece. Robin's abilities are the abilities to decipher the poneglyphs. As previously mentioned, now that many, as previously mentioned, she can read the poneglyph, but not many. I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote this script. Not many currently living in the One Piece, currently in the storyline of One Piece, can decipher this poneglyph, a skill needed to find One Piece, since the location of One Piece, a hidden island named Laughdale, is inscribed in the red poneglyphs. It's a very highly coveted skill if you want to become a king of the pirates. Yet there's only four individuals that have been confirmed to have the possibility or know how to decipher said poneglyphs. First one is Kozuki Sukiyaki, which is currently on Wano right now. And second, Charlotte putting through the abilities of her third eye. Vegapunk, of course. And then Nico Robin. So it's a very highly coveted abilities if you do want to become the king of the pirates. Robin's combat abilities. She's a lot better than Nami in terms of close range combat. And since her time with the Revolutionary Army, she learned Fishman Karate with precise palm strike, which is a very deadly skill in combination with her devil fruit, knowing her devil fruit. And her devil fruit is the Hana Hana no Mi that can sprout or make limbs and other body parts like flowers. Like that is just a way to like Fishman Karate and her devil fruit is like a perfect combinations of skills right there. And she can also make clones of herself. Not really clone, because I don't think she can make multiple or a lot of clones, but she can in fact make just one clone of herself, make herself into a giant, and sprout wings out of limbs for temporary gliding capabilities. So quite the whatchamacallit. Another editor note to edit notes here that I forgot to mention when recording is the Demonio Fleur, because I never really know what Demonio Fleur is, but I just initially I thought it was just a combat ability, but turns out it's an awakened ability of the devil fruit of Nico Robin's devil fruit. So Demonio Fleur is where she summoned a giant horned winged demon to attack her enemy, Robin's enemy. So yeah, another kind of ability of Nico Robin's devil fruit, which makes sense in hindsight for her to have an awakened devil fruit, knowing that she is essentially received or eaten his devil fruit since childhood. Of course, she has enough time to master her devil fruit to the point where it's awakened. So that's probably something that I should have mentioned during recording, but nah, let's have an editor notes instead. Quite the versatile kind of devil fruit in the hands of Nico Robin. I'm not gonna be relying on a lot of the script that I've written. In fact, I don't have any script written for the relationship of one of the Strauss, because I do want to, in my own comprehension and understanding, kind of talk about how she interacts with the Strauss, like with Luffy, for example. Her relationship with Luffy is, of course, she respects Luffy to a great degree as a captain and as a nakama, and then, of course, she's very grateful for Luffy for saving her life back in Alabasta and in Anis Lobby as well. And then she also quite tolerate Luffy's insane kind of attitude, like the fact that she just goes along with Luffy's craziness at times. Like that for me makes them a great kind of pair to have in a freaking exploration kind of arc in One Piece. So that alone makes their chemistry dynamic quite real well. Like Luffy being this goofy, highly energetic character, while Robin is like this stoic, more serious, more of a thinker kind of character, being surprisingly being paired off really well. Like just insane for me how their relationship quite just work well despite the difference in personality. And then next up is Zoro. Both Zoro and Robin has that stoic kind of personality. But then again, I haven't seen any interaction between Robin and Zoro quite as well, because again, they're both stoic characters. They do respect each other's strength and weaknesses as well. So probably just for them to much more interact and talk, and Robin does have a tremendous respect for Zoro's strength, so I haven't really seen them interact. And another thing is, when Robin initially joined the Straw Hat, Zoro was the one who's very critical and he's very apprehensive with her joining at first. But now that they know her a little better, now they trust each other. So for me, a little bit of a rocky start for Robin and Zoro's relationship, or how they interact at first, but it grows stronger as time went on. Another thing is Nami. Nami is also a little bit apprehensive at first as well, but soon enough, when Robin brought out the jewels from Crocodile's treasure that she brought with her, she easily won over Nami and welcomed her with open arms. That's how you win Nami, folks. Just bring her some treasure and some jewelry, and you can win Nami easily. And after Annie's lobby, her and Nami began their relationship as best friend, because they're the only female members of the crew. So they're more kind of sisterly band between them. But before Annie's lobby, Robin actually did not refer to Nami as her name. She only refers to Nami as her position of the crew, or navigator. So yes, but after Annie's lobby, she began to respect Nami and even hang out with Nami even more. So that's the third member of the crew that I talk about. The next one would be Sanji. Of course, Sanji is a little bit obvious how she would interact with Sanji, because Sanji is easily won over by her, because of course she's a beautiful woman. By the way, heads up if you didn't know, Robin is a very beautiful woman, and Sanji is one of those characters that she can easily sweet talk on liking. So yeah, Sanji, no surprise there, but she is thankful for her for giving her a lot of sweets, and also quite confused, just like how Vivi last episode of this series, she was also quite confused and even more concerned on how he treat women. So quite confused there, but regardless, she respects his strength. And I think one of the most prevalent moment of the Sanji Robin dynamic is when they fight the Maria. That was just, for me, Robin was flattered that Sanji would rely on her. That was very touching moment for Robin's part, but I did not like the fact that Sanji relied on a woman, despite the fact that he needs to protect the woman that's closer to him, not the other woman in the world. Just saying. That I was touched by the Robin part of the character dynamic, but not on the Sanji part. Just saying. So with that being said, let's go with Usopp. Because Usopp, she has a lot of interaction with Usopp. Especially, Robin is always the one, or Usopp is always the one being targeted on Robin's dark humor. Like, Usopp is always the target of Robin's dark humor. And it's just really kind of funny bit, comedic bit. Every time Usopp is terrified by any of Robin's dark humors, like, Robin, she loves her dark humor. Just a little bit of a funny bit. And then, of course, Usopp being one of the people that they need to retrieve during the Enies Lobby arc, that was also kind of connection there. Their interaction during the train going to Enies Lobby was one of the focal point of Enies Lobby. Just saying. The train ride was the main focal point, in my opinion, in the train ride to Enies Lobby, was Usopp talking to Robin about believing on Luffy. Well, well, at that point, Usopp already left the Straw Hats because he did not feel like he can help Luffy achieve his dream of becoming the king of the pirates. That for me hit me deeper than any of the other scene in that train arc within Anis Lobby's arc. So yes, that's the interaction between Usopp and Robin. Next would be, did I talk about Chopper? I didn't talk about Chopper. I did not talk about Chopper. Oh my god, Chopper being one of the few members of the Straw Hats that actually like to read books. He gets along real well with Chopper. It has a little bit of a big sister, little brother interaction with Tony Chopper. And then that cute scene, I think that was filler, where Chopper was inviting Robin to eat, and then Robin just wants to have a stopping point within the book she was reading, and Chopper replied, "If you read too much book, you'll become a bookworm." Like, kind of funny and adorable bit. Like, there's also that funny bit in Punk Hazard where, remember that moment where Law switched everyone up? Now Frankie is now in Chopper's body. Robin will like, "Frankie, just shut up while you're in Chopper's body. Please don't ruin his image for me. His image, please." Oh my god, that was adorable. I love the fact that they have like this dynamic of a mother or son, or big sister, little brother kind of dynamic. I love that. I am a sucker for that wholesome ara kind of wholesome kind of moment dynamic there. So Chopper and Robin definitely love the wholesome mother and son kind of character dynamic there. Next up would be Frankie. Yeah, Frankie. Where do I begin? Because the relationship or the interaction first began in that train arc in Anis Lobby, actually. So that being said, Frankie initially thought that Robin was like this evil person that wants to use the super weapon for bad, but for evil or malicious purposes. But as he get to know Robin more, he realized that her intention was not malicious whatsoever. She literally just wanted to learn what happened in the Void Century, and have no intention on awakening the ancient super weapons, Pluton. But as that arc goes on, he also started to believe on the strat that they can in fact rescue Robin as well. So like quite the indirect kind of way of slowly introducing this new character that will eventually join up with the Straw Hat crew, and then just keep on winning him over. Like, eventually Frankie, despite being stubborn, was able to accept the invitation of the Straw Hats, right? And Robin even have a hand in that, grabbing his family jewels and whatnot. So for me, the fact that their introduction and their chemistry together is so closely related, and yet they are very the opposite of each other in terms of personality. Just their dynamic is also works as well. So yes, that's it for Frankie. Oh my god, we still have Jinbei and Brooke. And Brooke, did I recall any highlight on Brooke and Robin's interaction? Not really as much as because the last time that has closely of a highlight was during Thriller Bark, when Brooke saved Robin and Frankie from that giant spider, right? That's the last time that I actually... There was that scene, I think it's a filler episode of where Brooke and Robin was talking on the deck, and how Brooke was feeling unworthy to join the crew because he didn't join up much sooner. He's like one of the recent member, and then Robin was like, I sympathize with you, bro, because she's also thought she was not worthy to journey and adventure with them for the longest time with the kind of history she has in the world already. She did not want to trouble them, the Straw Hats, with her own trouble as well, but she was gravely mistaken. The fact that Luffy welcomed her to the crew means they share that troubled past of them, and then to move forward together. So a little bit of sympathy or sympathization, a little bit of connection in base of their background and their backstory, how they connect, and their previous feeling that they felt when initially being welcomed by Luffy. So that's probably the best I can word Brooke and Robin's kind of character dynamic. Next up is Jinbei. I think the final strat at the moment, the newer strat at the moment. I mean, Jinbei or Robin does have respect for Jinbei's strength overall, but knowing that they're both are the older members of the crew in terms of age, with the exception of Brooke, they do have a lot of character moments with each other that show off how much more mature they were. And then again, Robin is easily swayed by Luffy. Just saying, even if Robin is as mature as Jinbei, the fact that Robin is also easily swayed by Luffy means that's obviously pointless. That's honestly so pointless. So why even bother with that? But regardless, the fact that both of them can think on their own, like can think what the next move is, like very critical thinker, and the consequences of their action now is like if they make a move, it can impact the entire world because they are now Yonko. They're more mature thinking, like just showing that off, and they can work well with each other, knowing they have the same personality as an adult thinker. So that for me is great. Another great characterization overall. The Straw Hat really is a tightly knit family, despite the fact that obviously Luffy and Usopp like morally work together as a team because they're all age group and they play around more. And then Jinbei and Robin works well together because they are more adult. They're more like the adult thinkers of the group. Overall, as a group, they're really just like family to me. So, what next up is this Straw Hat shipwright, the one who built the masterpiece that is the Thousand Sunny, Frankie or Catiflam. Let's go. This is going to be a super video. Hello, and welcome everybody to this week's The Infernicum Talks episode. I haven't recorded an episode of this series of mine in a long time, but here we are, where we discuss the Straw Hat shipwright Catiflam, also known as Cyborg Frankie, the man who built the second ship of the Straw Hats, the Thousand Sunny, the man who turned down an invitation from Kozuki Oden to journey with the King of the Pirates. Now, that's enough hype for Frankie. In this week's video, we will be talking about Frankie's backstory, goals, abilities, and relationship with the Catiflam was born to a pair of pirates somewhere in the South Blue. 36 years ago, when he was 10 years old, his parents threw him off their ship into the ocean, which is just one of the worst things a parent could have ever done to their kid. But this is One Piece, you guys, where Parents just leave kids in treasure chests. Oh my goodness. Aside from putting an iron mask or imprisoning and ultimately disowning the kid. Okay. I'm like being dog in my script here. But I digress. He was then rescued by a legendary shipwright named Tom, who designed the ship of the king of the pirates, or the pirate king, Gold D. Roger, and he also designed the sea train. In Water 7, Tom made Catty Flam his apprentice after seeing him build a cannon out of scrap iron. Tom's other apprentice, Iceberg, gave him the nickname Frankie because Catty Flam was thought to be a weird name. He was 12. Tom was trialed for building the Aura Jackson, or the ship of the Pirate King, but was pardoned due to the completion of the sea train. However, when Frankie was 26, he was framed by CP5 garbage leader Spandam, who was after the ancient weapon Pollutant blueprint, which was handed down to Tom through the generation of Water 7's shipwrights. Spandam used Frankie's battleships and attacked Water 7. Though Tom and his apprentices stopped the attack, it was made to appear that Tom and his apprentices caused the attack, and Tom was sentenced to death as Spandam was taking away Tom. Tom hits Frankie and in the face with a rifle. Frankie later stood in front of puffing Tom, trying to rescue Tom. When Frankie was run down by the train, his body was badly injured and was presumed dead. And honestly, this is one of the gut-wrenching part of Frankie's backstory, because Frankie at this point already given up on being a shipwright, right? Like, if it caused this much damage, why build the ship at all? But then Tom steps in and like snap him out of it and said, the creator must not disown his creation, no matter the damages it caused. I mean, this like the message that, and that entire scene like job like mind blowing me to the max. Like, that was an intense, emotional kind of scene the first time I saw it. Even now, it's very much intense kind of scene for this kind of arc. So that's my 2 cents on how I like Frankie's backstory and his thing. Originally, I think, or it wasn't it originally Frankie was the one who's supposed to be sentenced to death, but then Tom steps in and takes the blame for it. So yeah, kind of emotional in this way where Tom, practically Frankie's fatherly figure, had to sacrifice himself just to save Frankie from execution as well. So that's my opinion. And then I have people been theorizing that Tom is not really dead though, so he's somewhere in the world. But that's just another theory for another day. Managed to fix himself up using spare parts from an abandoned ship and became a cyborg, presumed dead. The next time he met Iceberg, he was instructed to change his name and entrusted the Pluton's blueprints until he ultimately decided that he needs to burn the blueprints better than handing it over to someone trashy like Spandam. So yeah, from that standpoint, it's just amazing to me that this shipwright is apparently skilled enough to restructure his entire body into a cyborg. Just is freaking Frankie a doctor here? Just like, how did he restructure? okay, it's One Piece. Let's not question like the validity of this because it's One Piece. It's where humans can be giant or ant size. So it's One Piece. That's the only explanation. Because how can a shipwright, no relation to medicine, medicinal science, can restructure himself into a cyborg? Just saying. Just saying. So that's my rant on that bit. But then again, I do love that he just decided to burn the blueprints instead of handing it over to the world government. Like, that got me to respect Frankie. I mean, I already respected Frankie more because of how he takes care and he stands up for his men, but this is just elevated Frankie's character in my book to 11. So yeah, shout out to my boy Frankie, one of my favorite Straw Hats of all time. Underrated Straw Hat, but still my favorite. During the 2-year time skip, he studied machinery in Baltimore, home of Vegapunk's first laboratory. His dream is to build the ship of dreams, the Thousand Sunny, and have the ship sail around the world. Frankie is a cyborg. Due to his metallic body, he's great at both close range and mid-range combat. He's quite adept at carpentry and innovation, like building a stairway during battle. Yes, Frankie did it first and should be suing for copyright infringement from Fortnite. I did not add that in my script. That was totally off the script. He should totally get that copyrighted. And when he boosted Motobaro or Duval's Pet Bull using a motor support, Frankie also don't shy away from tactical maneuvers such as, oh my goodness, coup de vent. I don't know how to pronounce coup de vent, which is a blast of high pressurized air from his rear. Yes, he weaponized his freaking fart. That's all you have to know. He weaponized. He's freaking a weird guy. He's a pervert. He's a weird guy, but still one of my absolute favorite character of One Piece. He weaponized his fart, everybody. The most ingenious character of all of the Straw Hats. Weaponizing farts. His cyber components has an automated hairstyling mechanism, fridge, firearms, weapons such as the weapons right, chain extendable arm for mid-range combat, and a laser, the Frankie Radical Beam. Whilst General Frankie, a mech he constructed during his stay in Vegapunk's lab in Baltimore. I am going to include it as I'm gonna be including General Frankie and under Frankie's ability because it is mainly used by Frankie. Though one of the components of the General Frankie, the Branchio tongue, has been piloted by Usopp and Chopper, but overall Frankie is the only one who's shown to pilot General Frankie. The General Frankie has tougher armor than Frankie's body. It is equipped with a sword named Franken. And a side note about that, about the metal that General Frankie is built out of, is it was actually featured in one of the cover story when like Wapol was like just randomly mixing things up inside his body. He discovered a new type of metal, a metal stronger than any other metal in the world of One Piece, called it Wapo metal. So General Frankie is made out of Wapo metal that he found on Baltimore, on Vegapunk's laboratory. Okay, we're done with Franken there. It has a limited range of motion, mainly just rotational range of motion. So it is highly ineffective. His robot is capable of launching an attack similar to both the coup de vent and the Frankie radical beam as the general cannon, which fires a large blast of compressed air at his opponent, which Frankie compares the power of the Thousand Suns to Thousand Suns Gallon Cannon. Oh my goodness, I'm mixing up my. So the general cannon is just similar in power, much more compressed than the Thousand Suns Gallon Cannon, essentially speaking, and his neck can do that apparently. So yes, more on that ability for Frankie. Bit right there. I'm gonna go off the cup and describe the relationship of Frankie with different Straw Hat members, because once again, I iterate it every time I discussed this bit. The Straw Hat crew is more like a family than a crew to me. So in my opinion, just describing how he interacts with the Straw Hat is like, for me, how I understand their friendship. Like, for example, Luffy and Frankie did not start off in like the best of terms. I mean, Frankie literally attacked Usopp, so they were initially enemies turned into comrades. And then when he joined Usopp, he was really impressed with the Thousand Sun, and every time Frankie is done with this new invention, Luffy always fanboys over it and see it the Staff of Legend or the Staff of Dreams, because man and robot is kind of intertwined in Luffy's head, like similar to how Usopp and Chopper also fanboy over Frankie's cyborg body and his adventure. Same deal there. Respects for all three of them respects Frankie's strength and intelligence and even ingenuity at times. Like, they just fanboy over him. Meanwhile, we have Zoro and Sanji, which is more stoic towards their interaction with Frankie. Sanji even hypocritically states that Frankie is a pervert, because he's also one. I mean, it takes one to know one, Mr. Sanji. But then again, he was also impressed by how Frankie devised all of this mechanism. Like, when I think one instant of this was when Luffy wanted Sanji to be the German knight, or like to wear the raid suit. He's like, Sanji was like, we already have Frankie for all those weird gadgets. Like, he knows Frankie as the gadget guy, not him. So, despite the fact that Sanji is in fact a gadget guy as well, because he is a mutant by Germa 66, just saying. So yeah, there's a little bit of connection there, and then not much connection with Zoro, aside from the fact that Zoro does have a tremendous respect between the two that I've observed so far, because Jinbei is just a recent addition. And another thing for Brook, last thing for Brook, I don't really have anything to say, because Brook, just like Frankie, was also a pervert, and again, they respect each other in strength. But one thing that stood out to me for Brook and Frankie's interaction is the very first talk they have about Brook's backstory, like back when Brook saved them against that giant spider shadow zombie, because Frankie was like, why are you trying so hard? You're already a skeleton. You already died once. Do you really think that friend of yours is still waiting for you? And Brook was like, even if he's not waiting for me, I still have to return to that spot, because death is never an apology. Like, that entire scene made me like goosebumps. That is my favorite Frankie Brook interaction of all time. Like, that just made Frankie respect Brook even more in my opinion. That was in Thriller Bark a bit. One of the key moments in Thriller Bark that I really love is that interaction with Brooke and Frankie. Just that is my favorite interaction. And so far, they haven't really gone into like any details on how they highlight their interaction throughout the series. But that was just one of my favorite moments in Thriller Bark, aside from the nothing happens scene. Or, yeah, the nothing happens scene. Without further ado, that would be it for my Frankie discussion video. Hopefully that is like all of it. If I did miss anything about one of my favorite character or one of my favorite Straw Hat members, please do leave that in the comment section below. And let's get this discussion going, because I always miss something about my favorite characters. Like when I did Luffy's discussion video, I forgot the tone of sheesh or stuff. So without further ado, if you do enjoy this content, if you find it informative, please do leave a like and subscribe. I do lots of anime, Pokemon, and gaming related content on my YouTube channel. Without further ado, next up is the Straw Hat musician Baruch. Let's go. Yo! Hello and welcome everyone. In today's discussion, we will be talking about the Straw Hat musician, Brooke's ability, personality, backstory, and relationship with the crew. Now, Brooke debuted in the Thriller Bark arc as someone who was victimized and who had his shadow taken from him or stolen from him by the former warlord Gecko Moria. And since anyone who had their shadow taken by Moria dies when exposed to sunlight, he was stuck in a place where there's heavy fog and with a ship filled with the skeleton of his dead crewmates. More on that later. Yomi no Mi, which gave him the ability to revive once he was dead. One of the very few devil fruit that needs a crucial prerequisite to activate as well. After that, he was able to immune to soul targeting attacks by Big Mom, and was the perfect counter to Big Mom's armies, the homies, which are the animals and inanimate objects animated by human souls, using Big Mom's ability or using the souls Big Mom has collected over the years. Brooke is an excellent fencing type of swordsmanship, and after a 2-year time skip, was able to use the ice of the underworld to attack, called So Solid. And of course, the skill that he has prevalently have that Luffy wanted in the first place is his skill as a musician. He can also use his music in combat. Ni Moriata Flang is where he strums his violin using his sword Shiko Mizue in place of a violin bow, creating a soothing tune that makes anyone who hears it immediately fall asleep. This is a very underrated technique, by the way. Imagine if this technique was like used during the Big Mom or the Whole Cake Island arc. All of the foot soldier, or the all of the foot soldier of Big Mom was automatically falling asleep. And even in Onigashima, if they use that in conjunction with Chopper's devil fruit, dude, or Chopper's medical fruit, those eyes only would have been rendered useless as well. Like, not all in Onigashima and Whole Cake Island have Konkurosaki to resist this technique. So a good portion of the Big Mom pirates and a good portion of the Beast pirates in Onigashima would have fallen victim to this technique. Just saying, this is a very underutilized technique. But again, I digress on that. Let's talk more about the Yomi Yomi fruit. The Yomi Yomi no Mi fruit. Because this is something is actually essentially useless when you're alive. It's only very useful because you died once and you can have a plethora, you unlock a plethora of abilities once you died. So it was even revealed that he gains no abilities whatsoever when he was alive. But he gets all of the weaknesses of the devil fruit, like not being able to swim. So it's a kind of a double-edged sword kind of devil fruit. Yeah, sure, it's a in Brook's hand, it's a powerful devil fruit. But it also is useless if you're alive. You need to die once at least. So that's just my gripes on the Yomi Yomi no Mi. So without further ado, let's proceed to the next part. It's an eccentric character with a distinct personality just like any other strats. While he looks gentlemanly and consider himself as one, he also got some vulgar traits, most prominently his fascination with young ladies' undergarments. He also yells out for food, a trait shared with Leafy, and occasionally farts and burps, which is just inappropriate to do in public. Despite these behaviors, he still remains very polite, formal, and soft-spoken, usually referring to people using respectful honorifics such as son or sir, and always speaks to everyone, even enemy, in a courteous manner. Despite his eccentric behaviors, Brooke is an extremely upright and compassionate person, befitting that of a true gentleman, as Brooke utterly disdained wickedness and cruelty. Brooke, 90 years ago, before he joins the Rumbar Pirates, was a leader of a battle convoy of a certain kingdom, where he learns fencing and many of his attacks. I don't know if Oda plans to expand Brooke's background in a future arc. The fact of the matter is, Oda did not name drop that kingdom's name. Hopefully so. We do need more Brooke moments after all. But I digress. 52 years ago, Brooke was a part of York's pirate crew, the Rumbar Pirates, as one of the many musicians that comprised the crew. One day, while he and the rest of the crew was still in the West Blue, their ship was followed by a baby whale, which they later named Laboon. Laboon was captivated by their beautiful music, and later befriended the crew, and Laboon grew especially close to Brooke, and the time comes that they have to leave West Blue to go to the Grand Line, knowing how treacherous the Grand Line. They try to find Laboon a new home, explain that they can't take Laboon. They explain to him, because Laboon is relatively smart for a whale, right? They explain to him they can't take Laboon and even attempt to lose him by just ignoring Laboon. But Laboon kept following. Even on the Grand Line, they stayed on the Twin Capes for 3 months to get some supplies and get some repairs done to their ship. And this they explained that they couldn't take Laboon with them, knowing how dangerous it was in the Grand Line. The lighthouse keeper named Crocus promised to watch over Laboon, and in turn the Rumbar Pirates promised to circle back to Laboon and meet up with them. That promise is due, by the way. That promise is due. As Brooke and the rest of the Rumbar Pirates traveled across the Grand Line, they experienced countless challenges the sea had to offer. Despite the difficulties, they simply sang happily while continuing to sail along. However, disaster struck when they were traversing through a forest, some of the crewmates, including Captain Yorkie, contracted a fatal, incurable, and highly contagious disease. To keep the disease from spreading, Captain Yorkie took the infected members with him to the calm belt, a place where there's no winds, no tides, it's just dead silent, and where all of the Sea Kings live. Yorkie told Brooke and the remaining Rumbar pirates that was unaffected, and how he regretted it, as it was the only way to save the uninfected crew members. And he also regretted not being able to meet Laboon again. Yorkie asked the crew to give his best regards to the whale. As Yorkie lay on his deathbed, Brooks sang his favorite song, Bank Sack. After losing half their members, Brooks took up Yorkie's mantle, became the new captain of the Rumbar Pirates. Together, they took a new ship, and Brooke later received a bounty of his own, his very own bounty. When they were passing through the Florian Triangle, the Rumbar Pirates was attacked by enemies that used poison-tipped arrow. Brooke and some of his crewmates barely survived the assault. However, they were all poisoned by their attack and won't last any longer. And knowing that, they recorded one last music, the Bank Sake song, on a tone dial, knowing that what if Brooke does come back alive. They wanted Brooke to be the messenger to take this gift to Laboon. They recorded it using the tone dial they had bought from a Sky Island, in the hopes that if Brooke's devil fruit really did bring him back to life, he can deliver the tone dial to Laboon. Brooke was survived by his devil fruit, but he found it difficult to locate his body due to the heavy fog in the Florian Triangle. By then, his body turned. By then, when he found his body, it was turned into a skeleton. It decayed already. Then, added the fact that he was abducted by the former warlord Gecko Moya and to steal his shadow, knowing that without his shadow he could die when exposed to sunlight. Thankfully, the dense fog protected him from the sun all along. In his ship was accompanied by his dead crewmates. Oh my god, this is just sad. And equipped with nothing but the tone dial, the recording of the Rumbar Pirates' final song, meant as a message to their friend Laboon, ironically helped Brooke stay sane despite all of the loneliness and trauma he experienced. And then he met with Luffy and the Straw Hats and was saved by Luffy and the Straw Hats, discovering that they recently encountered Laboon, and Laboon is still waiting for them. It reignites Brooke's pirate's pride to circle around the world and meet up with Laboon again, and without any hesitation, Brooke accepted Luffy's invitation to the crew. Now, Brooke's relationship to the crew is initially, the Straw Hats was initially wary of Brooke. I mean, he's a talking, breathing skeleton. Of course, they're gonna be afraid. But eventually, as time goes on during the Thriller Bark arc, they eventually warmed up to him. Like, for example, Luffy, the one who initially who started warming up to Brooke first, invited him to the crew, and he wanted to save him. He saved his crew, and his thankful for Brook, or for Luffy for saving him. Brook is thankful for Luffy for saving him and reigniting his passion to circle around the world. That, hey, and Luffy was like, hey, we just met with Laboon a couple months back, so why not travel with us to circle around the Grand Line? So that's the whole Luffy-Brook kind of relationship, how he indoctrinated Brook, because they're gonna eventually circle around the Grand Line to meet Laboon anyway, so why not just join them? Right. So, second would be Zoro. I think Zoro and Brook, the kind of relationship they have, since both of them are like the swordsmen of the crew, they have mutual respect as fellow warriors of the swords, or fighters of the swords. They have essentially have mutual respect as fellow swordsmen. And like the one thing that sticks out to me for their relationship is during Thriller Bark arc, like you have the nothing happen scene, right? And like Brook is laying his sword after that entire the Thriller Bark arc. That was one of my favorite filler episodes. So yeah, that's a little bit of a side note with Nico, Robin, and Robin. There's also Frankie. Oh no, not Frankie. Not Frankie. It's Chopper, right? Chopper being the doctor, and I think I haven't really seen anything that highlights with Chopper and Brook's relationship, aside from the fact that initially Chopper was one of the people who was terrified of a living talking skeleton, and eventually warmed up to Brook as well. And there's also the fact that out of all the crew member, Brook is probably the one unaffected by Chopper's medical skills. Just saying, he's a skeleton. What can Chopper do to a skeleton? Just saying. Okay. Next up would be Sanji. This is not my order. Sanji, I mean, they're fellow perverts. Eventually, the funniest moment between the two of them is like them getting upset to Momonosuke for hugging both Nico, Robin, and Nami Otto himself. Like, they're fellow perverts, right? Like, they equally both annoyed Nami, the perversion. And then there's Frankie as well. Frankie, I feel like he's one of the people. Brook is one of the boys that is actually amazed by the fact that Frankie has this incredible invention in the Sunny, incredible invention with the General Frankie, a lot of these cool gadgets. So that's just another thing for Brook and Frankie's relationship. I think Jinbei, everyone kind of respect and grateful for Jinbei's saving Luffy during the war on Marineford. So not really much to highlight in Jinbei's relationship, really. Did I forget anything? I think that's everything, right? The top contender for me is Zoro and Brook, Luffy and Brook, and Luffy and Nami, and then Luffy and Brook, Zoro and Brook, Robin and Brook, and Nami and Brook. Those are mostly the one that highlighted his relationship and character dynamic. Next with the latest Straw Hat member to join the crew, the Straw Hat Houseman, Jinbei. I mean, Jinbei all along had the longest relationship with Luffy ever since Marineford arc. It even built up by the fact that he had a strong friendship with Ace, and then slowly but surely throughout the Marineford arc, Jinbei gained respected Luffy as a pirate. And then the moment that Luffy asked Jinbei to join his crew, he refused because he had a prior commitment with Big Mom. He wanted to sever that first before joining Luffy's crew. So overall, it's a long-awaited new crewmate of the crew. So everyone must hype up when he finally joined in Whole Cake Island arc and got reunited in Wano arc. So everyone was hype up. So without further ado, let's go right up ahead and see my discussion on Jinbei, the Knight of the Sea. Jinbei is first mentioned in Volume 8, Chapter 69, nice, of the manga, and Episode 31 of the anime, to build up for Arlong, the villain of Kokoyashi arc. Arlong was a victim of discrimination which shaped his hatred and ideals. It doesn't justify what he did to Nami, but Arlong's arc introduces the concept of racism within One Piece. Hello and welcome everybody. That is one heck of an intense introduction, opener to this video, where we will discuss Jinbei's personality, abilities, background, and relationship to the crew. Additionally, if I do miss anything about Jinbei, the helmsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, please do let me know in the comment section below, and let's get this discussion. By the way, what do you guys think of my shirt? I mean, it's a perfect segue because dang, I mean, martial arts. I'm picking Jinbei is a martial artist and Goku is also a martial artist. Just saying. So it's a perfect shirt for Jinbei discussion, right? Without further ado, let's start, shall we? I'm gonna not go on tangent. That's a lie. I'm going on tangent. Okay, I already get into tangent. Jinbei is a fisherman with great pride and honor. He is known to the world government as a pirate-hating pirate, possibly due to the actions of the pirates in Fishman Island for kidnapping fishermen and merfolk for slavery. However, he has great respect for Whitebeard and his crew for protecting Fishman Island, and even sided with the Whitebeard pirates during the Paramount War. Also, despite hating pirates, he joined Fisher Tiger's crew because of Jinbei's honor. Jinbei is respectful and considerate to the crew he serves under. When initially asked to join the Straw Hat Pirates, he declined due to being affiliated to Big Mom, and could only join after he left her crew. Jinbei also desired consent from his current crew, the Sand Pirate, to join the Straw Hat. Very considerate guy, very respectful, very honorable. That's honestly why I love Jinbei. And his fighting style is one of the greatest out of the Straw Hat. I mean, just he throw hands, man. He freaking throw hands. It's essentially a Kuru, an Avatar Kuru kind of figure within the Straw Hats. Jinbei is a highly skilled helmsman, going through every big ocean, current, waves, and whirlpools skillfully during the Impel Down arc and Whole Cake Island arc. I mean, there's that skill that he uses where he kind of goes through that big waves. Oh my goodness, that was epic. And that's how Frankie later on respects him as a helmsman as well for the Thousand Sunny. Jinbei has also shown to be able to commune with large whales and other marine life. As a former royal soldier for Fishman Island, Jinbei has shown himself to be adept at military strategies and has also been a part of multiple pirate crews, and his quite experience in tactical combat. As a fisherman, he's adept to Fisherman Karate, which is a martial arts that controls the water from one's surrounding and bodies. So essentially, water bending. And combine that with the fact that he's also quite adept with hockey as well, which makes him one of the strongest, or the stronger members of the crew in terms of combat. I mean, it's also arguable if he's stronger than Sanji or not, but I'm gonna say that he's much more stronger because of how experienced Jinbei is. The fact that he's been with Big Mom Pirates, with the Whitebeard Pirates, with the Sun Pirates, and he's even a former warlord. So for me, just from experience alone, I feel like Jinbei is definitely earned the top 3 of the Straw Hats. Just saying. He kicked out Sanji for that. Without further ado, let's go on to the next paragraph. Jinbei was born 46 years ago
in the Ryugu Kingdom and grew up in the orphanage that eventually became the Fishman District, alongside Arlong, Mackerel, and Fisher Tiger. He trained at the Fishman Karate Dojo at an early age, and earned a black belt. In his childhood, he was part of the Ryugu Royal Army 15 years before the story, and when Fisher Tiger rose in influence within Fishman Island, he then joined the Sun Pirates. This was when Fisher Tiger returned in his exploration journey, or when he was enslaved by the royal government. Jinbei joined Fisher Tiger. Wait. Jinbei displayed his brutality by beating unconscious Marines. He had scorned them for overlooking slavery. They then meet Koala, one of their adventure in one of the islands. They run through the Grand Line. She was scared. She was a scared little girl, which makes sense. She was essentially a former slave of the world nobles. The amount of horrific things they do to people could traumatize anyone, and so Fisher Tiger broke through Koala's inner trauma, and for the first time she freely showed her emotion and cried. Which, that for me, out of all of that backstory from Jinbei, is the most gut-wrenching thing there is. Like, just hearing this girl that was terrified, traumatized with the world novel, be able to finally express her emotion openly. That was just gut-wrenching and heartwarming. Yeah. The Sun Pirates then accompanied her to go see her family again. During that duration of the trouble, she had grown fond and attached to the Sun Crew. But then, when it comes to delivering Koala to her room, to her home island, not room, to her home island, at the moment Koala reached her home, Tiger was ambushed by Marines. Tiger was killed in action. Jinbei survived by abandoning the ship and escaped by stealing a marine ship. Jinbei begged Tiger to keep living, but he died, leaving the Sun Crew crying in misery. When Tiger passed away, the Sun Pirates went their separate ways, with Arlong having his own human-hating crew that enslaves islands on the East Blue. East Blue being the weakest sea out of all the 4 oceans. Just saying, the weakest sea. Just in the fact that out of that weakest sea, like at least 4 people emerge as the strongest in the world. Like, we have Gold Roger, Rayleigh is from the east, freaking Dragon, at least 4, minimum 4. Rayleigh, we have Monkey D. Garp, Monkey D. Dragon, Monkey D. Luffy, Roro Noah, Zoro. I mean, all of the starter pack. Like Nami has a skill in navigation. Freaking Usopp with a skilled sniper, as a skilled sniper, except for Sanji. Sanji is from the North Blue, so doesn't count. But other than that, the fact that all these incredible people came from the East, which they dubbed the weakest, that's kind of insane to me. Just saying, even the weakest produces gold. Oh my goodness. Okay. How did Arlong come to be? After the death of Tiger, their captain, Arlong went his separate ways, attacking Navy ships as revenge for what they have done to Tiger. But quickly, Arlong was captured by Borsalino, then later was released due to Jinbei joining the 7 warlords, which led Arlong separating from Jinbei, scorning Jinbei for like allying himself with humans and forming his crew, which dominated all of East Blue, while Jinbei led the Sun Pirates as the captain
of the crew relationship with his Straw Hats. I mean, this one I kind of not script because again I want to describe it as how I view his character dynamic with the crew. With Monkey D. Luffy, for example, they met in Impel Down. He at first when he didn't met Luffy, Jinbei was like refusing. Ace was like, Jinbei, can you look after my little brother? But Jinbei, be like, well, I'm not as charitable as anyone says as I am. I mean, unless your big brother can be worthy of my charity, then sure, I'm gonna assist him any way I can. But then later on, learn to respect Luffy as well. That's the start of their budding relationship, and then there's that heartwarming scene in Fishman Island where they transfuse blood because they're now friends and they respect each other. And then the fact that I think there was that scene where Luffy explained what a hero to him is and how he is not, and he does not want to be a hero of Fishman Island. So that's the start. And of course there's also the pledge he make as a Straw Hat Pirates and Whole Cake Island as well. That whole scene with Big Mom and he said, I can't carried by a mere emperor of the sea when I intend to serve the man who's gonna become the king of the pirates. That's the whole extent of what I under. He respects Luffy a great deal. For one thing, his connection with Ace got him to know Luffy, and then he got to know him better during the Marineford arc, and over time he respected Luffy's tenacity and strength of will. So overall, Luffy and Jinbei's character dynamic is quite tight and probably has one of the deeper roots out of all the Straw Hats. Zoro and Zoro, however, well, they respect each other's strength for one thing, because they're like one of the stronger part of the Straw Hat Pirates. Roro Zoro as the right hand man of Luffy, and Jinbei for helping Luffy and respecting Luffy's strength and tenacity and moniker as well. So for me, they didn't really showcase more of Zoro and Jinbei. Oh, there was that one moment where they were reacting to their post Wano bounty, and now Zoro was like noting how he's now that number 3 of the crew because of how much higher his bounty compared to Sanji is. So that's it. A little bit of comedic relief, but overall there's really nothing of note so far of their character dynamic. And there's also the fact that Jinbei was trying to get a hold of Zoro when he was fighting Lucci, because they were about to leave, and that was a desperate situation back in Egghead, and that's a little bit of a spoiler, but there's that moment as well. But other than that, there's really nothing of note. But with Usopp as well, nothing of note with Usopp relationship. He is, however, taking account for the fact that he respects Jinbei's strength, and even I think he once said that if you join our crew, that's gonna be like a big sigh of relief because you're gonna be one of the powerhouses of the crew. So the fact that he does also respect his strength. But this is a highlight. Nami's relationship with Jinbei, it's also with a deep roots as well, because Nami's relationship with Jinbei stems from the fact that she was victimized by Arlong, and how she was willing to forgive Jinbei, and she didn't really hate Jinbei because at the end of the day, Jinbei didn't do anything to her. It was all Arlong's hatred against humanity. He blamed it all on Arlong. And Strong Fishman, the fact that and he and Chopper respect Jinbei's helmsman and combat capabilities as well, and his level-headed personality.
Frankie. That's good because there's also a root there because Frankie, when told of Jinbei's like skill as a helmsman, how superb it is, he's kind of grown a touch and respect for Jinbei, and the fact that they can just swap places, both Frankie and Jinbei, in helming the Thousand Sunny, shows very good close friendship between the two, and Frankie does respect Jinbei's quick helmsman ability. So that's probably gonna be how I describe Frankie's relationship with Jinbei. And then Brooke, again, Brooke is one of the crew that did not really have any of note character like interaction with Jinbei, but regardless, still respect Jinbei's strength and personality as well as a character. That's probably how I describe the Straw Hats crew.